The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there, greetings and all that. We're back live today. Hope your holiday weekend was everything that you could have possibly hoped for. Do I need a hug? No. The only hug I need is the familiar hug of my trusty headphones on my head. And ready to go.
Call them hug phones.
That's right. Hi, I'm Alan. Thank you for being here, showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is here.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Fresh-faced. Did you do something different with your hair? Did you get it cut or shaded or colored? Okay.
I washed it last night.
Washed last night. That was the answer I was looking for.
There you go.
All right. And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Celebrating his final day of being 27 years old. Do I have the math correct?
No, but I'll take it.
You turn 28 tomorrow, right?
29.
Oh, you do? 29. Oh, yeah, 29. He's born in 92. Oh, God.
That's what I said. I'll take it. I took the year off my life because of COVID in 2020. So
at midnight tonight, you begin your 30th year.
I begin my 29th year.
You begin your 30th year. Are you going to be one of those?
I am. I'm 29 years young.
Well, no. I don't mean young. That's still young. It's when old people say young that they're deathly afraid of death. But no, are you going to be one of those people who refers to yourself at 29 well into your 30s? Like you'll just tell someone I'm 29?
No, because
that joke. 29 for the fourth time.
My hairline recede me, so no, I won't. They will
you
know.
can do something about that.
I'm trying. I've been taking the finasteride, and I don't know what's going on. And I'm like depressed about it. I'm like, I'm turning 29 and it shows. So,
but it works for everyone. But I thought it was working for a long time.
It was. I don't know what happened.
Is it messing with other medication you're taking, you think?
I'm not taking any other medications now, but it may be a hormonal thing. That's why I can't wait for Dr. Berglund to get in here, because I've been doing everything I'm supposed to do. 2 times a day with the finasteride, and once a day for
Ryan
the
Berglund ended up with like a friggin' huge head of hair.
Yeah, he's got a mop.
Oh, he looked great.
And like where it's thick, like my hair grows really thick, but the parts where like you can't really tell it's receding until like I get it cut real short, which is what I always do.
You can't tell it's receding until you see him.
But then maybe you should stop getting cut so short and start growing it out a little bit more, or we shave the top of it like everyone.
We're not shaving the top of my head.
Come on,
Friar Tuck horseshoe pattern.
Yeah.
No, what about is it messing with like you still take psooriasis medication, don't you?
No, I don't. I don't
you
take
don't?
the pill anymore.
Okay.
I just have like creams, like antibiotic ointments. Ew,
Yep.
I hate ointment, but it is an ointment.
It's kind of a gross word.
Ointment.
And anytime he gets a cream on his hand, he has to make a conscious effort to put it on his head. He has to remember north, not south. Anytime he has a lubricant or a cream on his hand, north, not south.
He just takes it right up to the mouth like a baby.
Yeah.
Like, no. That's for your hair.
That's right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to consult somebody, because if I'm gonna keep paying for
Open
this,
mouth.
if I'm gonna keep paying for this medication, I want to see some damn results.
Yeah, right? I mean, it seems like things that were available only by prescription many, many years ago are now available everywhere, right? Mm-hmm. Get a boner, get your hair back. I mean, they're all geared towards men's insecurities, but still.
But yeah, I mean, you can get the minoxidil anywhere like that. You could buy that over the counter. That's not a
Walmart,
big deal. But
Costco, Kirkland brand minoxidil.
But the finasteride, like you have to have a prescription for that, and
then what good? Well, then they got you. What good is one without the other? If you can get one OTC, but the other one you need a prescription, what's the point?
Well, because it's
got to be Wonder Twin powers activate.
Well, it has to be. There's different purposes for it. Like the minoxidil like regrows the hair.
Is that the one that you like rub on your head, the minoxidil?
Yeah, that's the foam. But the finasteride opens it revitalizes the follicles. Yeah, like so if your follicles are dead, you can't really revive them. And I guess like the little follicle, the hole or whatever, it closes up.
But you're still doing both, right?
Yeah.
I do like the idea of him getting a drum size of that from Costco. A huge vat of it.
I just stick my head in.
Right.
It's like I took a bubble bath.
Poundcake's little dead follicles there. Oh, my goodness. Let's pour out a little case of Snoop wine. I saw Snoop Dogg wine this morning. And
I've had that before. The 19 Crimes.
Yeah, is it good?
Yeah, it's wine. It gets the job done.
Somebody had
store wine, yeah.
Well, somebody messaged me that had a great comment. They said, I thought Crips hated red. Nevertheless.
I did take your advice, though, speaking of wine.
You took whose? Wait, hold on. Let's let this young man pour one out for your dead follicles. And
that's what they deserve.
Now, he's going to need some help. So if anybody wants to pick up the you almost got it. Almost. What did you take? Whose advice?
I took your advice about going to my friend's mom's barbecue this weekend.
This coming or this last?
This last weekend.
Yep. Oh, took my advice.
And you were like, "Don't be a bad house guest. Bring something." And I'm like, "It's not that. It's a very casual affair. Like
he treats me like I've never lived, like I don't know
I
anything.
Didn't say
like
that.
Like that's not like a common courtesy that everybody abides by when going to some sort of get-together.
Is that true?
If I was a house guest at a random house, I would do that.
I think if anyone is a student of the world and living among other people, you don't show up empty-handed.
I think it depends. So my dad, he threw 1 or 2 cookouts every single year, and he always had people. His house was where we went for like holidays and stuff like that, and they would kind of get upset if you brought anything because they were like, "We want to entertain. Let us take care of everything."
Then if that's specifically told to you,
yes.
I get it.
They say like, "Bring what you want to drink,"
right.
but food-wise, we're taking care of all of it. Yeah. So I think, it just kind of depends. Yeah.
Okay.
So I did buy on my way down there. I did buy the biggest jug of Carlo Rossi I could possibly, because I was like, we're down there.
Is it like in the 70s when it had the pirate netting on it?
Oh, it's massive. Like it's literally like you could.
It just had 3 X's on the bottle.
So you bought it.
Looks like it goes on the water cooler.
So you bought it out of size spite. You thought, all right, fine. If I got to bring something, bring the biggest goddamn bottle of wine.
It was funny. Like, I was just like, oh, by the way, I brought you guys something. They were like, oh, you didn't have to. It was like, boom. Like, it just smashed the picnic table.
God.
Broke the middle leaf out of the table.
They're like, oh, my goodness. I'm like, y'all want to get drunk tonight or what? I thought this was a barbecue.
Who wants to be hungover without getting drunk?
Right. I used to drink that stuff when I was like 19.
I know. That's why I drank in college.
Gas stations.
I got it at a gas station.
Cody, shut up with Carlo. You might as well have brought packs of Twinkies for everybody.
They loved it. They loved it because it was that type of barbecue.
And it's also. That's a very pound cake thing to bring.
It's such a pound cake thing.
It should be an extension of your personality. So I don't know anything about Carlo Rossi. So
if you're getting somebody for their birthday tomorrow.
It is a huge jug. And it looks like a jug. It's giant, and it's like $8.
This is their tagline: best red and white wine in a jug.
Yes.
No, I got
so they know their lane.
I got the $16 jug.
Oh,
it was like the biggest jug they possibly have. Like I was like, I'm not comfortable carrying this because I'm like, I know I will drop it. So
we would use it as base for like sangrias and stuff because we didn't want to spend the money on expensive wine to put fruit and stuff in.
$2 chuck or something.
Right. So we would buy the cheap wine and then we'd add like vodka and stuff to it.
The best-selling Carlo Rossi wine goes great with everything from fish to chicken, but most importantly is best enjoyed among family and lifelong friends. A clean, easy-to-enjoy style and crisp raspberry taste. Semi-dry red wine. I like how they specify it's best enjoyed among lifelong friends. Like, how long have I known you? Because I was going to break out the Carlo Rossi. I only know you since college. Frank's coming. I've known him since kindergarten. So you are going to get the Snoop wine.
That's the wine you don't have to put up any fronts anymore. You're like, you know who I am.
Right. They're describing it like it's Johnny Walker Blue Label. Like they're just like, this is the good stuff.
Yeah. So
no. They're using cleverly worded descriptions to say like it's not the good stuff, but it's the stuff that you can drink around the people that know you the best.
Right.
Oh, let your guard down.
You should you should drink this around people who already know you.
Yes, they already know you're trash. So stop acting like you're not.
Got it. I like
well, then
that.
you did the best. See, I didn't tell you what to bring, just that you brought something, and it was good, right?
Yeah, they loved it. They
There you go.
laughed. They were like, "Oh my god!" Because every time it was just like a conversation starter. Because I said it right there on the table for everyone to see, and the people that weren't outside yet, they heard my voice, and they're like, "Oh, it's Poundcake! God damn! Who brought the Who brought the Carlo Rossi?" I was like, "That would be me."
Oh, see, he staked out his claim right there at the cookout.
And then you can use the bottle afterwards because it's a giant glass bottle to store things like gasoline.
Yeah, chemicals.
And the taste will just be a couple of shades to the left, I assume.
Throw some raspberries in there and you're back to Carlo Rossi.
I've got to take a break. A lot to get to today since we're back from the holiday weekend. But if you want to join us, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 if you want to text 35192.
say.
Let's hear what the idiot has to say.
But you're gonna love what he doesn't have to say. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Anybody else going to Seven Dust tonight?
Oh, no.
Very excited for this show tonight. The Agora. The world-famous Agora.
That's fun.
What a beautiful venue.
I've seen them a few times, though.
Oh, they're fantastic. Underrated by any measure. Hey, Indians lose to the Twins yesterday. They get another crack at them tonight here at home. 6:10 games, the bulk of this week. Tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday. They're playing at 6:10 here at home. So that was the first of 4. Again, is one of these a makeup game or something? They're playing 4 against the Twins.
Maybe.
5-2 was the loss last night. So 6:10. We'll dip out of here a couple minutes early today. And tomorrow and Thursday. As we inch ever closer towards the end of the regular season, and also ever closer to the beginning of Cleveland Guardians baseball. Opening day for which, I believe, March 31st, 2022. I think that's the opening day information that we got. Scoot ahead here in my calendar and see that Thursday, the 31st of March, the opening day for the Cleveland Guardians, which leaves me with kind of a conundrum.
Uh-oh.
Because Bill was kind enough to get me a jersey of White Sox legend Jim Thome, whose name somehow ended up in the back of a Indians jersey. Nevertheless, that would be all I would have to wear to opening day. And so I imagine there are going to be a lot of people still wearing old Tribe gear, right? They're not going to go all in on Guardian stuff. Some people are going to be out there wearing their Wahoo because they're desperate to prove some weird point. There's going to be people still wearing Indians gear because they've had it for a long, long time. And so I'm sure I won't look out of place, but just, devotion to accuracy. I'm wondering if I can, and I can't put Jim Thome's name on a Guardians jersey, right?
You didn't play for them.
That's right. I'm gonna have to figure out what current player I like and get their name on a. I want to be a booster.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to do about that.
We went to a game, I think it was 4th of July weekend, and I didn't know where our seats were going to be, so we were sitting directly in the sun. So I went and bought a really nice cap from the team shop. It was a $48 ball cap, and I loved it. And I was like, of course. It's just the Black Sea, but it's 2 weeks later they changed it. I was like, damn it. But now I have this really nice hat.
Now you've got a retro Cleveland Indians cap.
I have
right.
8 or 9 Indians hats.
Yeah.
I feel you. I feel you on that. But
are you gonna get some new Guardians gear? Will you go that route?
Of course, Alan. I'm a sucker.
Any rebrand, any change of colors, anything.
Well, you can get one piece that reflects what's currently going on. It's not like this happens all the time. The NFL, they're changing designs all the time. This is a momentous occasion. It's the end of an era.
Well, I have all these different
end of an ERA,
too.
if you will, if you want to use the parlance.
The Black Seas, those ones are still fine. I feel like,
yeah,
because it's the same colors and everything, so it'll be fine. But it's still
a lot. Cleveland.
It's a lot of hats that I have that are the old design.
Bill wears a lot of hats. What he's trying to say, both literally and figuratively. He's a man of many hats.
I'm a hat-wearing guy in many cases.
So you might recall last week when we were here, we were gone for a few days. I was at a wedding in Boulder with my wife.
They go through with it?
They went through with it. Yeah, these were our last friends basically to get married. See, these are all people that I know through my wife when we met 15 years ago. So we're all friends now, but I know them all through her. When I moved back home to Chicago, they were all living there at the time. So they're all her age. So they're all getting married. These are postponements from last year or whatever. I haven't been in a wedding in 20 years, right? My friends are getting divorced. My friends are not getting married. So our mutual friends are getting married, and this was essentially the last couple to do so. They've lived out there for 8 or 9 years. Ironically, the bride is from Medina. The groom is from Dayton.
Oh.
So basically all of our friends over the last 10 years, no matter where they were living, have all moved to the Denver area. Whether it's tech or pot or whatever it is, that's become very, very attractive. So our friends from Seattle and Chicago and D.C. and L.A., they have all literally moved to Denver. So when we go out there, we have to go, okay, who are we not going to tell we're here? We just recently had some friends out where I live in Bay Village move to Denver. So we're kind of but it was a nice opportunity for all of us to get together, probably one last time. I think they were the last couple to get married. So we were out there for a few days, and, I always take the middle seat on a flight so my wife can have the window seat. What happens invariably is somebody on my left will start chatting with my wife. And that's what happened. There was this old lady who had never been to Colorado before, and she's, and my wife's trying to make her feel more comfortable or whatever, I guess. And so she looks at her nail polish. Oh, I like your nail polish. My wife goes, is that Pompeii purple? From the jump. And the lady goes, oh, I don't know. It might be. Oh, well, the Pompeii purple looks really nice. And I'm just sitting there. I'm quiet because I'm not part of this conversation. All I could think was, imagine the poor people of Pompeii. If they had any, if you believe in ghosts, right? They're going, what? That's how we've been commemorated?
Yeah.
With a goddamn nail polish color that has nothing to do. What do you think of when you think of Pompeii?
Mount
What's
Vesuvius.
ash? Mount Vesuvius.
Yeah.
Ash. Could be Pompeii gray. Any color of lava. Lava. Pompeii orange. Purple. Now, I assume they went for the alliteration factor.
No.
Still.
The skies were purple.
Oh,
that
this
day.
lady. She's going, I don't think it is. Anyway, the wedding was lovely. Beautiful. It was fine. We stayed in these tiny houses, right? So we're staying outside Boulder for a couple days, and then when everybody kind of goes back, Gwen and I moved to another place, blah, blah. But they had this commune of tiny houses. I was talking to Charlie about this morning. This commune of tiny houses at the venue where they were going to get married in this beautiful pastoral thing. It's Colorado, so there's mountains in every direction, and there's rock bluffs, and there's creeks, and whatever.
Charlie just built a tiny house in his backyard.
Well, and that's the way most people do it. Because he was like, would you live in one? I said, oh, hell no, I wouldn't live in one, A couple of days, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sleep on a trundle bed. That's okay. And we were all in them, right? Everybody who was there for the wedding, we had all of them. So it was great. So at night, we were just drinking and dicking around, and it was so much fun. But these are tiny houses. And they say that most people, because people really got sucked into the tiny house thing, there's TV shows, and they go, I just want to simplify my life. I want to simplify. Whatever. Well, they find that like 90% of tiny house people move back into their house.
Dude.
Because they go, this sucks. That's why they build them in their backyard. They're not ready to do the life. They just go, well, for a year, let's turn our actual house into a closet and we'll live over here. We'll pretend that we're simplifying and whatever. But yeah, we were talking about this morning.
We got the simple house and then we got the regular house.
The regular house. And I was like, oh, it was fun. But I'm like, he's like, you wouldn't live. I go, hell no, I wouldn't live in one. No. You like taking a dump right next to the kitchen? Like, no, thanks.
My one girlfriend, her life goal is to live in a tiny house. She loves them. Every time her and her family goes on vacation, they stay in tiny houses. She has 2 kids, and her husband's like 6'3", and they're always staying in tiny houses. And I'm like, dude, our other friend is a farmer down in Amesville, which is kind of near where OU is. What the hell is that?
Zanesville?
Athens.
Oh, Athens.
Yeah, Amesville. And they have a working fruit and vegetable farm. And her, what she wants to do is build a tiny house and go park it on our friend's farm and live as a farmer with them. And she's just like, her family's
maybe
like,
she could do it. It takes all kinds. I'm just saying that, they're fun to stay in once in a while if you had to live in them.
That's what I mean. With 2 kids and a tall husband.
Yeah. The lofted beds. We had 4 of our friends, 2 couples, that stayed in one together. And it was a little bit bigger of a tiny house, but still, I was like, you guys are going to be all over each other. Like everybody else walked out when somebody had to take a dump, just to be courteous. Yeah. I'm like, so it's a lot of fun, but I would never sleep in one of those, or live in one of them, rather.
I feel like it's got to mess with your psyche to be in such a confined space. Like, I feel like humans aren't meant to live like that. You know what I mean?
Well, people used to live in caves. Yeah. I mean, some of those were probably pretty small, too.
But especially since... Colorado, it's one thing where during the summer and fall and spring when you can go outside, but once it's winter time, you want a bigger house.
Yeah.
You don't want to, if you're down someplace where you don't really have, a cold winter, but in Colorado, in the mountains and stuff like that, you want a house. You don't want to be like, I got to get away from my wife for a little bit. But your only option is to go outside and trudge through the snow.
You just turn around.
Ugh.
That's all you can do is turn your back.
People can do all kinds of things out there, so I don't know. Everybody's probably got their own thing. So it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to kind of be there on this. And I'll tell you what, the only way, and this has never happened before, but I swear to God, from now on, I'm only going to weddings where your room is on the premises. I'm not talking about a hotel. Huh? Oh, it's the best.
We did that.
Just walk across this giant grass field to your tiny house. It was awesome.
My friend got married kind of near the mountains in Asheville, North Carolina. So it was kind of the same thing. And then they had cabins. They had huge cabins everywhere. So it was a couple hundred people. This is back in like 2018. A couple hundred people at the wedding. And then everyone just stayed in cabins with people that they knew. And it was awesome. It was so much fun. It felt like summer camp, you know?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a great time.
I'm going to be at Jim 2's wedding in a few weeks. And
where's he getting married?
House,
Central PA?
Ocean City, New Jersey.
Okay.
And so there's a bunch of his family from Pennsylvania and her family from New York and comedians from all over the place. And I'll be staying in a house with Mike Polk, Ryan Dalton.
Is this a tiny house or it's a regular size house?
Listen, I'm not staying in a tiny house with all these people. But it's a regular size house, and it's going to be, but it's like real close to the venue. So it's Zachariah found the house for us to all stay in. So
like
you
won't all be on top of each other.
We won't all be on top of each other, but it is like walking distance to the venue, which is fantastic because we can go watch the wedding, pop back to the house for a little bit between, while they're doing all the photos and stuff like that, and then go back for the reception later. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and Zachariah and Dalton and Polk and some significant others of those guys it's going to be a good time.
Now, will you bring a date? I never understood. Gwen and I were talking about this. Neither of us ever understood in our single days bringing a date to a wedding. I never brought a date to a wedding.
Me
she
either.
didn't either. But some people really don't want to be by themselves at a wedding.
I'm one of those people.
No,
you don't want to be by
I'm
yourself?
not bringing a date because if
You want to be with your friends.
I want to be with my friends, and I don't want someone to feel awkward the whole time and feel left out.
No, but you just said the way you described it is you're going to be the only one without a significant other.
No, Zachariah's not going to be with a significant other, and Ryan Dalton's wife's sick of him, so I'll hang out with her.
She demanded he go to the wedding. He was on the fence, and she was like, "You better go."
No, but again, and there's going to be a bunch of people that I know at the this is a prime situation to not have a date because then I don't have to worry about anybody else, and I'm doing like a bachelor party with a bunch of Tuz's friends that I don't know, so I'll get to know them at the bachelor party. So it's gonna be a good time.
I've always been in that camp too, where it's like if it's a friend of mine getting married, I don't really care to introduce you to a bunch of people that you're probably not going to be around.
Right?
You know what I mean? Like,
especially if we're not dating.
Right? That's what I mean. Like
I'm not going to take
meet someone
somebody
on Tinder or something.
Like if I was still with my ex-girlfriend, we were like I booked it with a date, but then because of things changed around, now I don't have a date, and so it's no big deal to anybody.
Yeah.
And I don't have to be like, and this is so and so who doesn't know anybody here and feels weird.
Yeah.
Because we've all been to weddings where that person is there at your table or whatever. They don't know anyone. You don't know them. So you can either make small talk with them, try to make them feel less uncomfortable, or you don't care at all, and they might as well be at the kids' table.
Well, because you're catching up with people you haven't seen in a few years. So it's like, I don't want to give you all my attention when my good friend I haven't seen in 2 years is sitting over here,
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
The funny thing, too, is he did all his invites by email, and there was a bunch of people like, what the hell, man? I didn't get invited to your wedding. You gave me a save the date. He's like, check your spam folder.
That's awesome.
It's in your junk. Just double check it.
And it literally wasn't like, oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad, dude.
I'll ask you this, though. On a non-wedding related thing, first 2 nights during the wedding festivities were at these tiny houses. Third night, a lot of other people went back home or whatever. And we went into Boulder proper, and we stayed at another place that night. And we said it was just the two of us, and we were like, we'll go get some drinks, and we'll go have dinner. This really nice steak place that people were recommending because at the wedding, it was our friend, the bride, is a vegetarian, so it was vegetarian food at the wedding, which I don't have a problem with at all. It was really, really good. But the next night, we were like, let's get some meat. So we're going to this steak place. Highly recommended. So they put us outside, at a table or whatever. You ever heard of do they do this at a lot of restaurants, the fair wage and wellness tip? Have you heard about this?
Where they tell you, like, hey, they make $10 an hour. You don't have to tip if you don't want to?
No.
Oh.
Where they say, hey, FYI, we automatically tack on X% for the back of the house.
Oh.
Fair wage and wellness.
No.
This is probably a very Colorado thing. I don't know if it's done elsewhere. I imagine it is. That's usually single digits. It's usually 3 or 4%. The restaurant we go to, hostess sits me down and says, are you aware of our fair wage? I go, yeah. Okay, because I'd heard of it. Theirs is 20%.
Oh.
So I go, okay, well, we're sitting here. What am I going to say? I demand,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. So whatever. I want people to get paid. Trouble is, once the bill comes, there's a line for a tip. So I said to Gwen, I go, am I supposed to, I got to tip the waiter still.
Yeah.
Right?
So you're tipping 40%?
Well, because she goes, he's got to get part of that. She's like, they don't have cooks making $60,000 a year off these wellness tips. You know, they got to divvy it all up. And I go, but that's back of the house, they said.
Yeah.
They said it's for back of the house. He's front of the house. He's FOH.
Yeah.
And so I go, so I got to tip this guy. And we were just kind of like, oh, it's in the... I mean, when I'm in doubt, I always tip.
Yeah.
So I tipped him. But I was like, I'd never heard, if anybody locally has heard of that, the fair wage wellness, you know, in the age of COVID and restaurants being understaffed, they want to get some of the people paid. And I support that. Never heard of it being 20%.
Why not add it into the price of the food already?
That's
my question.
There are a lot of ways you can do it. Maybe
Yeah.
that's a way, rather than people going,
Where you can
well,
pat yourself on the back. You're like, listen, this is how much we want to charge you.
Right.
But we got these losers in the back. And we got to pay them some money, too. So we're going to add 20%. Just deal with it.
Yeah, I guess.
At
I mean,
a steakhouse, that's not a small amount of money.
No,
You have
it was
couple-
a very expensive bill for the two of us.
You have a couple drinks and some nice dinner
Yeah.
and an appetizer and
Yeah.
a dessert, and
Yeah.
then you're like,
Yeah.
you're shelling out $200 in tips.
Oh yeah, it was.
Dude.
Yeah. So again, I don't mind because you've done it. I've
Mm-hmm.
worked service industry for many years, and I'm always happy to support that. But again, when she mentioned it to me from the jump, I was like, oh, yeah, 3-4%. Usually what that is, 20%. I was like, okay. But then I tipped this dude, which I did because he was good.
Yeah.
You okay over there?
It's all gurgling on.
We're gone for 5 days, and we're all gurgling all of a sudden.
Foaming
but
at
yeah.
the mouth to be back.
Now, did anybody buy Mary's feet pictures? Did you post foot pictures?
I posted on my Instagram a pedicure, but I blocked it out so you can only see my big toe. And I was like,
so you're dipping your toe in the water, as it were.
I was like, $1,000. Venmo me $1,000 and I'll send you a feet pic. And a couple people were mad at me that were like, if you made it a reasonable price, people would actually buy it.
I agree with those people.
And then 2 guys said that they would save up. So
They won't.
So no, nobody
Spoiler,
bought it.
they won't.
Nobody bought it. But the day is young.
Here's the thing, though. We've talked about this. I don't want to tread on old ground, but we've talked about this, and you could make money doing that.
Yes.
Not at $1,000 a clip.
No.
But
that's why it was funny. It was a joke.
You set it artificially high.
Yes.
So you knew nobody would pay you that money.
Right.
But if they had, you would have taken it.
Yes.
Right. So you're clearly not averse to charging for foot pics.
Well, so
I'm just saying you have a revenue stream that none of us have. Maybe Poundcake. But Bill and I certainly don't think would have a revenue stream in our foot pictures.
I talked to my boyfriend about it. I said, would this make you feel weird? Like if I did this? And he was like, no, absolutely not. He's like, sell them now.
For you to get $100 a toe? No, that would not
Right.
make me feel weird.
Well, he said the same thing. He goes, I think you're being a little ridiculous. You don't have $1,000 feet. I was like, ouch, first of all. And he was like,
no one has $1,000. I have gorgeous feet for a man. No one has $1,000 feet.
he told me to lower it to $250. He was like, if you're
Yes.
still going to be ridiculous. I was like, what, like 500? He goes, 250 is probably as
$250.
high as you can go.
Manageable.
Mm-hmm.
People who are really into foot pics will pay. People who aren't, I mean, take the guys who need to save up. Wouldn't take them so long to save up $250.
Right.
Take them a lot more. By the time they save up that $1,000, they go, okay, I'm going to need you to see your feet today. These guys, 2 years from now, who knows? Your feet could have been mangled in some kind of machinery accident. You don't know, right? A flip-flop disaster. I don't know. Could have been something.
Maybe I'll lower it to $250. I'm getting a pedicure
Jimmy
tomorrow.
Buffett blew out a flip-flop on a pop top.
It's true.
He had to get on back home, but there was booze in the blender.
Yes.
Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. To do that, you can join us online at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
Double.
took a wrong turn on the astral plane. Now I keep on thinking my luck is gonna change someday. Bad karma, it's uphill all the way. I can't run, can't hide, can't get away. It must be my destiny.
Boy, a lot of people died while we were gone. Warren Zevon died 18 years ago today. If you were a Warren Zevon fan, I'm a huge Warren Zevon fan. He's part of my Holy Trinity. He died of mesothelioma. He was a guy who famously stayed away from doctors. And he started to get a cough about 20 years ago, and they go, yeah, you've got a terminal cancer lung thing going on. Some people might remember he famously did, because David Letterman was a huge fan. Letterman gave him a whole hour to just get on there and play songs, because he basically knew he was going to die, so didn't know how much time he had, but he got all of his pals together, and they put out one final album, and he died shortly thereafter. But I love Warren Zevon. Michael K. Williams died. Bill texted me this yesterday. I was in the grocery store. A lot of people shocked by that. He was Omar on The Wire. He credited that character with, in his words, making gayness more palatable to the black community. Because you found out late in that series that Omar was gay.
After he was a badass. Because everyone's like, oh, Omar's this and that. And you look at him, he's running stuff. And then you're like, oh, he also likes boys.
Yeah, making out with a little Filipino guy.
Right.
They found, but it just so many amazing, his peers and people he've worked with. I mean,
that's funny. It's like, it's okay if you're gay as long as you're killing people.
Right,
like,
that's
that
fine.
Makes it better.
To a person, anybody who knew him or had worked with him, talked about what a sweet person he was, and he had his struggles with substance abuse. They found him dead in his penthouse in Brooklyn. They think heroin overdose. His nephew found him or something.
Yeah.
Last thing I saw him in was Lovecraft Country. For people who watch that over on HBO, he was great. But he was Omar in The Wire. They shot a movie here a few years ago called The Land, about some kids in Cleveland, and he was in that movie.
He was
Chalky
Boardwalk,
White
yeah.
on Boardwalk Empire. If you watch that, you never saw him turn in a bad performance. It was the cover of the New York Post this morning. Big picture of him, Omar tragedy. Found dead in his New York City apartment. Tamron Hall, I remember when she was a news anchor in Chicago, but she's got a syndicated show now.
She's so pretty.
That is replacing, who's she replacing? Ellen or some, I don't know. Some markets are putting her on in place of Ellen. But she was talking to Michael K. Williams last year about substance abuse and things like that.
You know, a lot of people often think that when a person puts down the drug or the alcohol, that all the problems go away. That couldn't be further from the truth. Drugs and alcohol are not the problems. They're merely symptoms of the problem. And once those things go away, the real work begins, working on all the character defects, the skewed moral compass. Those are things that need to be addressed. Those are the reasons why we got high in the first place, and our inability to deal with life on life's terms.
He was supposed to be at, he lived in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, very hoity-toity, right? And he lived in a penthouse place, and somebody went to go check on him because he was supposed to show up to an event and never showed up. And so a relative went to check on him and found him face down and said that he felt cold. And they found heroin on the kitchen table. So a sad, sad end for him because he was a young man. He was only 54. That's very young, Bill. 54, very, very young.
It's not
very
the
young.
youngest, but
Practically a
it's young.
kid, Bill.
I mean, it's
young.
It's young to be dead.
Oh, young. He kind of famously had that scar, and people thought that he just, when you first saw him on The Wire, people thought that the scar was part of the character. But he got the scar. He earned the scar.
I got the scar on my 25th birthday. I was highly intoxicated, and I entertained a conversation that I normally in my right mind would have ignored, and I got jumped.
Wow. Was it a glass?
No, he spit a razor. He held it between his fingers here, and
cut you.
Yeah, I thought he was smacking me.
Damn. That's like some Waffle House fighting there. A razor between the fingers. Oh. So Michael K. Williams dies of an overdose. Fuquan Johnson, am I pronouncing that correctly?
I don't
The
know.
comedian? I wasn't familiar with Fuquan
I'm not
Johnson.
familiar with him. I know Kate Quigley, who was with him, but I wasn't familiar with any of the other people that passed away.
Kate Quigley is a comic who has been on this show a handful of times. She's from Canton. I remember right after he left his wife, she was dating Darius Rucker. Kate Quigley was dating Hootie. Remember that? It was Kate and Hootie, I think, was their new, they were taking it on the road.
Yeah,
he was going to do some
song,
singing.
I only want to be with Q.
There you go, Kate Quigley. And so she and a bunch of other comedians were with Fuquan Johnson.
Doing some cocaine.
And they did some cocaine that had fentanyl in it. And he died, and some of the other people died. The early rumor was that she was in a coma, but I guess she hit some people up and said that she was okay. That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to be the person who lived in the... I mean, on the one hand, you'd be happy that you lived, but on the other hand, you're now the person who was doing fentanyl cocaine with a bunch of other comics who died and didn't kill you. I got to say, I don't understand. You know, you can get a $2 strip that will detect fentanyl. It will tell you if there's fentanyl in what you're going to do. I imagine it couldn't be easier to avoid just the situation like this.
I don't understand cutting coke with fentanyl. They do opposite things. Like, I understand.
And it kills your customers.
Well, it makes you more...
And it's not cheap.
It makes it more addictive. I get that. But at the same time, like, they do... That didn't make sense to me at all. I understand heroin because they do the same thing. They're both downers. But coke is like... That part I
Maybe it's somebody didn't know they were doing. They just were cutting something with something else. They were like, oh, I'm out of baby laxative. What do we got around here?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah,
So-
you can get those strips for very inexpensive.
They're a
If you're
couple
gonna
bucks
do
a pop.
drugs, check your drugs. That's unfortunately the age we live in, because they won't legalize drugs, that we have to take it into our own hands and check them.
Well,
I mean,
listen-
you can also not do them, but, you know.
It's always been know your dealer.
Yeah.
But that's one step,
Yeah.
right? So, I was completely unfamiliar with Fuquan Johnson, but I started to see all these people I did know tweeting about him. Damon Wayans Jr., I guess, was real tight with him. And, you know, so all these people that were kind of putting out their memorial, I'd never heard of him. He's 43 years old and did stand up all around L.A. And 3 other people died. But Kate Quigley, who's 39, lived. She's still alive.
She's in serious condition. I think she's upgraded to, like, stable at this point, but it was touch and go for a minute with her.
Well, there you go. I wonder if Hootie comes to her bedside. I wonder if Darius Rucker comes to her bedside in a moment like this. You know, like when Lamar Odom and Khloe Kardashian had split up, and then he ends up in the hospital after getting ODing with those hookers out of the Bunny Ranch. And I saw the bed in which he did it, of course, when we went to Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum in Las Vegas, Nevada.
So lucky.
With the black light stains from... Right. Those were evil spirits, according to them. They weren't somebody passing out and whizzing all over himself. But when he ended up in the hospital, you know, Khloe, even though they were estranged, shows up at his bedside for moral support. I wonder if Darius Rucker did that for Kate Quigley. They refer to Kate Quigley quite extensively as comedian and model, which I read as comedian who's pretty.
No, she does modeling.
Does she?
Doesn't she? I thought she did, I don't know if it's Playboy, but I thought she did like that type of modeling, like nude modeling.
Okay.
I'm not saying she's posed for Playboy, but I thought she did.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that to me is no different than a girl on Instagram who calls herself a model because she posts booby pictures of herself.
No, but I think she's actually done like legit stuff, not just stuff on Instagram.
What makes you a model?
Being in print? Or
no,
a runway?
Print is dead. What makes you a model?
A model citizen?
Getting paid for it?
Or...
Well,
No,
we all know what a model citizen is.
Just
it's when
getting
there's
paid
really
for it, or
it's
there's a
when there's
contract?
really good-looking people out there.
Well, I don't know. I thought that she was actually doing modeling, like had modeling jobs in LA, and that was part of the reason
I'm not saying she
was
doesn't.
out there.
I you know.
I don't know. I've never met her, so
I don't
know
know
but
much
I thought-
about her.
You weren't on the show when she was in here? She's been in a couple times.
I wasn't
over
on the
years.
show when she was in here.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
I've
been
never-
in here since you went on the show.
I've never met her.
Maybe you were gone because she's
Maybe.
you've been on the show like 9 years.
I know, but
yeah,
I'm just
she's
saying, like,
absolutely been in here.
I've
9 years.
never met her before.
Oh, okay. Well, it's like, comedians take umbrage with somebody who just started calling themselves a comedian, except they're doing the same thing. They're getting on a stage and telling jokes. So if somebody goes, well, what do you do? Well, I'm a comedian. And somebody goes, whatever. They go, well, you get paid for it? You're not a comedian, so you get paid for it. Then they get paid for it, and you go, well, but again, what's the definition?
You're right.
You can only move the chain so many times.
Right.
I mean, what's the definition? Is it time spent? Is it how good someone is all subjective.
Right.
You can't go, you call yourself a comedian. You go, well, I'm getting paid.
I'm
getting $10 a spot.
You go by
You
people's
go, well, I'm
Instagram.
getting paid.
If it's on their Instagram, it says, your name, comedian Bill Squire, as your handle, then... I mean, Mary, what's your...
Oh, so Mary Santora comedy?
No,
Are you
as a
being...
comedian.
So you...
I forgot about that.
He's trying to make fun of, some bitch named Mary Santora who has no posts won't give me her name, so there's nothing I can do about it.
No, we know the comics
Yeah,
that
no,
are
I
like,
know.
they go to an open mic every couple of weeks,
Right.
maybe once a month or so, but they have comedian
Lil
Pat
Dookie.
Joe, yeah. It's like, okay.
Lil Dookie. You mean Lil Dicky, Mary? Because he's legit, all
No,
right?
I know what I said.
All right, Lil Dookie. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And none of us are immune from that.
I
Right?
never
When
got
you've been doing
upset
stand-up
about
for... No, I didn't either. But it is funny because other people do get upset at that. They get very specifically upset. You go, well, what do you do? Well, I'm a comedian. And they go, oh, well, what have I seen you in? Or
Yeah.
what? Prove it.
joke. Mate, let me see your funny.
That's not how it works. Alan, they're not cutting it with fentanyl. They're selling straight fentanyl, but selling it as coke or meth.
That's irresponsible.
Well, then how did...
But, hey, that's why I think drugs should be legal.
How did she survive it? She must have done far less maybe than they did, but boy, if you were blowing pure fentanyl, holy cow.
Yeah, you couldn't be blown. No way.
I mean, she could have been just in the vicinity. Like when EMTs OD because they touched a dude or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to have Narcan for the guy who comes to save you.
I can't believe it's that contagious. You can OD from touching someone.
There was a guy, I was watching
that's
that.
been debunked.
Is that true?
I've heard more.
I thought we heard from EMTs that was the case.
Yeah, I heard more than once that's a thing. But it doesn't matter where you touch them, or does it have to be close to the injection site?
I was watching that Netflix series, that Dope, and they were talking about fentanyl. And the guy, again, he was dealing with cutting the heroin with fentanyl, and he wore 3 pairs of gloves and 2 masks and stuff because he said if it gets on your skin, you can get high from this. And with the amount that he's messing with it, he's like, it's very easy that I could overdose just by.
I just don't understand. If it's that hard, how can they? How can anyone ingest that and be okay?
Because they usually put enough of it in it that it bumps up your high and makes you way more addicted. And you know what? In this episode, they talked about this. It was the one, it's set in Baltimore. And they were saying how, this is what they want. They're like, we're going to give them what they want. If it's in, they said the best thing that could happen for a drug dealer is if somebody dies. Because he's like, if they hear that your stuff was so strong that it killed someone, other junkies are going to come and be like, we want to try
Dance
that.
with the devil.
Yeah.
Alan, I'm a chemist. They cut cocaine and other drugs with fentanyl because it slows your metabolism of the other drugs, causing them to last longer. Same reason alcohol hits like a truck when you're on opiates. The Tool album? Listen, I don't know these things. I was never a cocaine guy. So, there you go.
I've done it in the past, never doing it again.
Alan, I consider myself a model because I'm constantly sniffing airplane glue. Well, listen, that could work too, right? I was a very popular kid, and so I was always making models of things. And so airplane glue, people say, you're not sentimental for anything. It's a wonder that I'm not constantly sniffing airplane glue because it was such a constant scent. Your olfactory senses are tied most strongly out of all your senses to memory, right? Mm-hmm. So airplane glue, if anytime I'm near it, I go, oh my God, my hands were sticky when I was a kid. And then I discovered models. Mm-hmm. And so, boy, it was... Alan,
you can make the joke all you want. Your hands were never sticky. You're too clean.
That is true. That's very, very true. Yeah. I didn't want to leave a paper trail. I didn't want to leave a pee-pee trail. I didn't want to leave anything. Alan, it's a myth, that the whole fentanyl touching people thing. Okay? There
That's
you
what
go.
I thought.
Okay, I've heard that more than once.
There you go.
But that's how myths work.
That is how, yes. Listen, this whole country is built on a myth, all right? So pick and choose the ones that you want to believe. I'm glad that one got debunked because heard that one going around for a while.
What Omar said, Michael Williams, is that his
Michael
name?
K. Williams,
Michael
the
K.
late
Williams.
Michael K. Williams.
Well, what he said about getting clean is just the first, when everyone's like, oh, you're clean, all your problems must be gone away. That was probably the hardest part of quitting drinking, came a couple months later when you realize that you're like, oh, okay, so my problems are still here. Now I'm just not numb to them anymore.
Yeah, you can't. It actually makes it
so
worse.
I have feelings.
Yeah.
Oh, it's awful. It's
you can't get
very
away
hard.
from yourself.
It's been the hardest part with my dad being dead is that like all I want to do is drink. I want to get wasted because I don't want to feel anymore, and that's why people relapse and things like that. When he hit the nail on the head when he said that, and that's what drives people back to drugs. And it's even worse when some people have been clean for a little while, or even if they just take a break, because a lot of times they'll go back to doing the amount that they were doing before. And that'll be where they get messed up. They think they can handle it, and then they overdose.
There was someone else that you might know or remember who died from an overdose in New York City. Not that far from Michael K. Williams. Maybe they were all getting dealt from the same guy. I don't know. A guy named Eric Cowie. He was the long-haired, bearded zookeeper on Tiger King that was talking about how they'd get all the raw meat off the truck.
Yeah.
Remember Eric Cowie?
Yeah.
They found him face down in his apartment in New York. They said they didn't find any drugs on the scene. He had previously talked about being an alcoholic, but he was all over that Tiger King documentary, if you watch that. He was a guy that talked about them pulling the raw meat off the trucks from Walmart and giving it to the tigers. He had a DUI in Oklahoma, and he didn't show up. So there had been a warrant out for his arrest. So somebody found him face down in his apartment in New York. Guy from Tiger King. And then completely on the other end of the death spectrum, Willard Scott died. Remember Willard Scott on the Today Show?
Familiar.
He was kind of a bald, pudgy guy. He would, here's Esther, who's 100 years old. They used to have this Smuckers thing, and he was constantly celebrating, octogenarians and,
old ladies.
Centenarians, who
Birthdays,
were on there. I thought Willard Scott died years ago. He did not. I was clicking around the television. We were in Colorado over the weekend, in between drinks, and it was Al Roker waxing philosophic on his good buddy Willard Scott. Willard Scott died.
Also overdose.
Willard Scott was found underneath Kate Quigley. They said that she touched him, and that's how she got fentanyl poisoning. Turns out Willard Scott was a giant cokehead. No, he died of natural causes. He was 87. He was the first person to portray Ronald McDonald, a character he created.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Did anybody know that, by the way?
I had no idea.
Good morning, all. I'm Tom Brokaw here with Jane Pauley.
Good morning.
And the newest member, Old Uncle Willard.
Good morning, Willard.
I'm singing to my Jane while standing in the rain. In fact, that's my agent there juggling. He's been doing that with my career for 40 years. Happy birthday to you. You belong in the zoo. Happy birthday to all of our friends who have birthdays today. I'm going to be fading off into the sunset. Yes, sir. After 130 years at NBC, and I'm going over yonder. All right, where's yonder? Over yonder. Happy trails.
Yeah, he retired about 6 years ago, but I thought that Willard Scott was already dead. I'm happy to know that he wasn't, but he is now. So, for those extra few years that he lived, unbeknownst to me, was probably a great blessing to him. But a lot of people died. Oh, you were gone. The Tiger King guy. And, I mean, in descending order of prominence, probably Willard Scott, Michael K. Williams. You got to duke it out between Fuquan Johnson and the Tiger King guy.
I'll probably go Tiger King guy just because
Tiger
that was
King
such
guy?
a huge documentary.
Yeah. If you saw him, you'd go, oh, that guy. I didn't know his name, but there he is. All deed. All sad. Very sad. I've got to take a break. If you want to go see Black Dahlia Murder, I'll hook you up after the break. They're going to play House of Blues downtown on October the 3rd. It's a Sunday night, so maybe take off the 4th. 35192 if you want to send any texts in, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Sunday night, October the 3rd, to play the House of Blues downtown. You can go. I'm not sure who's with him. I don't know who's doing support on that bill. But they're probably good too. LiveNation.com if you need any further details on the show. But if you're caller 10 now, you get this pair. 2 for Black Dahlia Murder in just a few weeks at the House of Blues. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Fun fact, celebrity deaths, like testicles, sometimes come in threes. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Sometimes more than 3. You know who else is gone? Matitude. Little baby bird flew the nest.
Where'd he go?
We were in Colorado, and we were kind of in between getting ready for the wedding and whatever, and my phone pings, and Matitude texts me, goes, hey, man, I just want to let you know, today was my last day at iHeart. And I was like, oh, well, I'm sure we'll run into each other, you know. But, you know, Matitude was an intern on this show. I gave him his nickname. He was going by, when we were learning about him here on the show years ago, he was a budding DJ. Not a disc jockey. He was DJ Matty Matt. And I said that cannot continue to be. He's a young buck. Mm-hmm. This is before he kind of really started coming into his own. And I said, you've got to come up with a better name. And he said, like what? And I said, how about Matitude?
Well, I thought he was a little bit snippy with us.
He was.
And that's
how he is.
And then
but I had to break him like a horse.
And you did. And that's
where
it got the Matitude.
So that he could find himself, right? He was like a gelding. And and then he went on to work on the Rover Show, but the whole time he has been wiki and chewy and on the stacks of wax on the 1s and 2s in the clubs at night and building up a very impressive name for himself. You know, I've had over the course of my this Christmas will be 12 years for me at WMMS. Thank you. And over the course, I'm kidding. Over the course of that time, we have seen, before our intern program was stabbed in the heart, we saw a lot of interns come and go. And I could tell within a week which ones were going to do something and which ones were not. And at least in entertainment, which ostensibly, if that's what they wanted to do, a lot of them didn't, and that's fine. A handful of them have become successful in other things. But I knew Matitude was, he's a smart dude. And he put his head down, worked.
Yeah.
You know, he worked on the promo team for a long, long time. Never, not that I heard, and never heard him bitch about anything.
Oh, man. When I'd work promos with him, he would talk so much trash about you.
I told him to. I said, here's what I want you to do. I said, when you're doing appearances with Bill, I want you to talk trash about me so that when it goes around, I'll know who repeated it. Mm-hmm. And it turns out, I found out just now when Bill told me that it was Matitude and Bill. So, I was like, hey, man, congrats, whatever you're doing, right?
Did he say what he's doing?
Well, I assume he's DJing. He said he's got something coming, but it's like you can't be in the club until 2 and then running the board for Rover at whenever they're 6, right?
Yeah, coming in at 5:30.
I mean, he's a young man, but come on. Hey, Sydney. Hi, Sydney.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on?
I actually had a question for Mary. My boyfriend actually is coming to terms with the fact that he is an alcoholic. And I was wondering where you started because he doesn't really know where to start with the process of, recovering.
Yeah, well, it depends on how heavily he's drinking because it's not like a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. If he's drinking a ton every day, quitting cold turkey can be very, very harmful. So depending on how heavily he's drinking, he might have to do like an outpatient thing or something like that. I personally quit cold turkey. I just stopped drinking, and then because every time I tried to wean myself, it would just never work. But again, each case is different. So if it is a very severe, heavy drinking every single day type of thing, the best thing I would say is to go talk to a doctor because you can shock your system and end up having even worse effects quitting. But yeah, the best advice I was given, and some people choose to do the 12-step route, but just to take things like one day at a time. Like just focus on not drinking today. And if that seems impossible till, 5 p.m. or the end of the hour or the next minute, just distracting yourself a couple hours at a time until you can make it through each day.
Sydney, how long has he been your boyfriend?
It's only been a couple of months. So.
Oh, a couple of months.
Okay.
Okay, so is he doing this you have to do it for yourself, but is he doing it in part for you?
Yeah, we've known each other for a long time, and like we just recently started dating, and he's coming to terms with the fact that it is a problem, but he started to go to AA, and one of the things he took away from it was like everyone there was already sober, and he's like, I'm not.
Yeah.
So he wanted to try and like a different approach before he went like the 12-step program, because he's like, I'm still not like stopping drinking right now. So
you said you'd been friends for a long time, but only recently started dating.
Right.
Was part of that on the condition that he stopped drinking?
No, because...
So you looked at him after many years and said, this sloppy drunk, I got to hitch my wagon to his star.
So he's very put together, if that counts.
No, it's all good.
He looks good while he's doing it.
There you go.
No, definitely.
He's very put together. So I would
Trying
have never, like, from the outside, I would have never thought of that he was.
How severe is it? Like, what's? I mean,
he's not as severe as he was a couple of years ago, but it's to the point where, on an easy day, he could down a 16, can and not blink. So,
but he wasn't like sneaking vanilla extract or anything like that at work, right?
No,
All right.
no. It was never anything like that. But it was to the point where, especially during COVID, it was, he's going through a whole handle.
Yeah, that's a lot. And that's, if he's drinking that much every day, I would suggest looking into getting professional help. And that can just be in the way of like an outpatient program where you're not checking into rehab or anything like that. They just kind of give you a guideline like, hey, here's what it is. And again, I'm not a medical professional, so don't take everything I'm saying 100% to heart. But
she's close enough. So like, just go ahead.
Dr. Mayer said. No, but one of the things that I've heard other people in the program say is that they were like told to wean slowly. So if he's drinking 16 beers a day for this week, cut it back to 10. And then if he's, next week, try to cut it back to 8 and like until it's down to 0. But again, that's something, if it's that heavy, you're going to want to get some professional advice.
You can't spell comedian without MD, Sydney. That's Mary Santora. All right. By the way, Sydney, you must be really cute if he's willing to do this without the beer goggles.
Yeah, hopefully. Because
she said, I am really cute.
He went from 16 a day down to 3.
Oh, wow.
So we're at that point now.
Oh, so if you're just at 3 a day, then he's obviously going in the right direction 100%, and you should be very proud of him for that.
I am.
Yeah, celebrating the little victories is very, very important.
This is how you hook a chick, too, is you pretend you're an alcoholic, and then she comes into your life, and you go, baby, I'm quitting it all for you. I went from 16 a day to 3. And she's like, oh, my God. Yeah. Well, listen, as long as he's healthy and you guys are doing well and happy, then it's all a move in the right direction, right?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, there you go. There's Sydney, who, can avail herself of Mary Santora's anecdotes. I mean, you've gone through this.
Yeah.
How long have you been sober now?
2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Question
for you too.
And you weren't in a relationship, which they are in a relationship, and that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Being sober in that situation, especially because like, what if she makes him want to drink?
Oh my God.
Well, yeah, I have a question for you, but it's not related to sobriety.
If you ask me how I can go out and not have to drink again. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Again, how can you get
How do
out
you even
there?
go out?
How do you just live your life being you
Right.
without alcohol?
You make me want to smoke.
Tell Mary sober stands for son of a bitch. Everything's real.
Yes.
All right.
Jeez.
You make me want to smoke.
Yeah.
No, my question was, and I'm sure you probably have gone over it before, but how did you finally convince your dad to start working out and stick to a diet?
He did that. I mean, and I know it's.
But I know
it's
you.
stupid
But I feel
and-
like you had a fat intervention for him.
No, it's.
No?
I mean, I talked to him after my sister got engaged, and I was saying how like I was worried he wasn't gonna be able to walk her down the aisle, and like, don't you want to grow up with the grandkids and things like that, and so he came to that conclusion. He was the one who finally was like, I got to do something about this. So until the person makes the decision to change their life, nothing's ever gonna stick.
Okay.
But I did have my first NA beer this weekend. I have
Non-applicable?
Yes, my first
Good for you.
non-applicable beer.
It doesn't apply as actual.
Yes.
All right, well done, Cody. Well done.
I've largely avoided them because I
What
never...
did you have, O'Doul's?
No, I had a Heineken.
I guess
NA.
everybody makes one now.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you just had O'Doul's.
Well, some of them aren't 100% alcohol free. Some of them have like little traces of alcohol. Heineken and Budweiser are the two that have absolutely zero in it. But somebody, I was talking about being...
It's just for people who like the taste of beer.
Well, and that's the other thing. I only liked beer to get drunk. It
Right.
was never something that I was like, enjoyed having a beer.
So you were trying this experimentally.
No.
It's National
Oh.
Beer Lovers Day today, by the
Yes,
way.
it is.
Yay.
Non-applicable beer lovers, line up.
I was on stage in St. Louis and I was talking about being sober and somebody bought me an NA beer. And I was uncomfortable because it was really weird to have like the first sip of it. I kept checking the label like to make sure that it wasn't a real beer. And it felt like I was getting away with something. It felt like, what am I doing?
I'm being naughty.
Oh, Lisa, you and your stories. Bart is a vampire. Beer kills brain cells. Now let's go back to that building thingy where our beds and TV is.
There you go.
Stories.
For National Beer Lovers Day.
It was weird though. It felt like
How'd it taste?
tasted just like beer.
And how do you like the taste of beer?
I didn't even finish it. And it was so funny. They kept laughing every time I checked the label because I wanted to make sure it tasted so much like beer that I felt like, what am I doing?
It's like when you're in a 3D movie and you keep lifting your glasses. You're like, oh, that's it. Oh, what are they? Oh, come on.
Right.
I'm that guy.
Yeah. I would do it again though.
In a heartbeat.
I might have another beer. Another little non-applicable beer.
Do you guys have non-applicable beers here? Right.
Also, over this weekend, I had a very strange interaction with a woman in Angola, Indiana, while we're talking about beer.
That is the only kind of interaction I've ever had in Angola, Indiana, are very weird ones.
Well, my material right now is, I'm not going to lie.
Is that where the sweaters are from?
Yes.
That's Angora, Indiana, Bill, is the one that you're thinking of. Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
Well, my material right now is very much, it's like, no joke, my set list goes sobriety, anxiety, therapy, my dad's dead.
Yep.
So it's heavier stuff that I'm working out to make funnier, right? And it didn't go over well. Well, it went fine. The set went fine. And my buddy who books the show, he was like, hey, just so you know, everyone here is on pills. Like, this is one of like the biggest opiate crisis that happens in Angola, Indiana. And I didn't know that. He's like, so that's why they weren't laughing at your jokes about like going to therapy, because they literally just take Xanax for it that they buy off the street.
Right.
So this woman came up to me after the show and she comes up and she looks like my CDs and there's a picture of my dad and she like points to my dad. She goes, I'm very sorry to hear about your dad. And she's wasted. And she goes, but, and she makes this face where like she drops her mouth like, oh, you know, she was like, maybe don't tell those jokes anymore. And I was like, the jokes about my father passing?
You know the back half of your act?
I go,
maybe 86 that.
I go, well, why? She goes, because everyone has dealt with trauma and I think it just might make some of us uncomfortable. I said, did it make you uncomfortable? And she goes, it did. I was like, have you lost a parent? And she goes, no. And I was like, okay, well, maybe you should deal with why that makes you uncomfortable.
You're still one up from me, man.
Right.
Yeah, but again, you were talking about this before, where you usually will get the laughs from people who have experienced something.
Yes.
So if you're talking about pills, this was specifically about the dead dad, or you were talking about...
She had a problem with my dead dad jokes.
Because she still has both her parents.
Yes, so
right.
she came up to me and was very upset and told me I should take that out of my act. She goes, I know I'm not a comedian. I was like, so go ahead and tell me how to do my job. And then she hits me with these two questions back to back, which confused me. She goes, what religion are you? And I said, well, I grew up Pentecostal. And then she goes, well, I don't know what that means. And I was like, then why'd you ask?
What religion are you, ma'am? Because whatever she is the one true religion.
Well, she led it into, you don't need to go to therapy. You don't need to taking Lexapro for your anxiety. You just need a relationship with God, is where she was coming from.
I love people who live in places, or just wherever they are, who are surrounded by evidence to the contrary of what they believe. Yeah. And they go, this is all you need. You're looking around Angola going, that's all you need?
Well, and she was wasted.
Working out great for you guys. Right.
She's hammered like, you just need Jesus. I'm like, what, did it not
she's
work
slurring.
for you? Oh, yeah, she was real drunk.
I see.
So
young girl, middle-aged?
No, so here's where that'll come in. She gives me the,
she better not be 50, goddammit.
You need a Jesus talk.
Uh-huh.
And then the next question she asked was, are you 45? Not how old are you?
You mean like the album?
Not how old are you? Not are you in your 40s? Are you 45? Is exactly what she asked me. And I was like, no, I'm 31. And she goes, oh, I thought you were 45. And I was like, okay.
So you have to take everything this woman says with a grain of
That's
salt.
going to be me tomorrow. Are you 45? No, I just turned 29.
29
I thought
today.
you were 45.
Right. I just thought that was so odd to say, are you 45? And then she goes, well, I'm 62. And I was like, okay. And then she just was rambling on about nothing. And then she was trying to be like lighthearted. And she was like, I really liked the stuff when you were talking to the audience, like trying to come up with anything.
I really like that.
God, I hate
It's like, you don't have to talk to me. Like,
Right.
yeah, you
If she
just
didn't buy a
move
CD.
on, yeah. Like, just get out of here.
But for her to come up and three things say, stop telling the jokes about your dad because it makes me uncomfortable.
Huh.
What religion
Even though
are
she's
you?
got- yeah.
Are you 45?
It's Mary's walk-on music now when she takes the stage.
Right.
It's 45. Hi guys, I'm really just 31. Welcome to my show. Right.
Yeah.
Are you into Jesus? And are you 45 years old? Because that would make you older than Jesus was.
I don't know if maybe that made her feel better. Like if I would have been older that I had lost a parent or something. I don't know. But she was very adamant about me not telling those jokes, going off of my medication, and getting saved. Those were the
You
things
should have
she
told her
wanted me
that
to
you
do.
were Muslim.
Yeah.
That would have gone over great.
Jesus is a friend of mine. Jesus is my friend. Jesus is a friend of mine. I have a friend in Jesus. Jesus is a friend of mine.
I mean, the city is named after a country in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many Muslims live in Angola?
None. It
You
was
should go,
all,
I thought you guys were founded. That's not your sister city? That's a small town, boy.
It was all white people with meth mouth.
Yeah. It's
All
like,
of them.
and there's a college there.
Is there?
Trine University is in Angola, Indiana. Other than that, there's like 7,000 people
They're
there.
trying to be a university? What?
Yeah, right.
Trine University.
T-R-Y-N.
Yeah, that's what we said. We're trying.
Yeah, with their accent is trying university.
We're trying our hardest out there.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But they,
Well, so someone came up to you. Did anyone come up to you and go, "Oh my God, fantastic"?
Yeah.
So funny.
One lady who, another
lost a
girl,
parent.
Yep,
Yeah.
another girl who was in her probably mid-30s was like, oh, my dad died 2 years ago, yada, yada. And those people are always the ones who love it. Or people who also have anxiety or are on Lexapro or whatever. It's just like people who relate to my set right now relate really hard. And the people who don't relate wish I would get off stage.
Relate really not hard.
Yeah, so
Well-
it's just a weird middle ground to be in. But I
Next
do...
album, Are You 45?
I was just going to say, I do like that approach instead of asking someone how old they are, just guessing a number.
Yeah.
Just, oh, so are you 29? Or like...
Although, you know, is it better to overguess or underguess? It's better to underguess.
Underguess.
A smart person would be like, what are you, 27, 26?
Right.
You go, oh my God, I'm not,
you go,
are you
"Oh."
45 years old? Like if somebody asked me, I'd go, yes. Only a 50-year-old would get, complimented by saying 45.
I
Are
felt
you in your
like-
mid-40s? Yes, I am.
I felt like I was 100 years old because I did a show at Water Street Tavern in Kent on Thursday night with Steve Byrne. And
Oh, yeah, how'd
crowd-
that go?
It was so loud. It was just so loud.
Why? Because it was just at a rowdy bar.
Yeah, because it'd come in waves. So like as people would come in, they'd go and order drinks and stuff like that, and then they'd see there was a show going on, and then they'd kind of settle in, and then you could get a few jokes off. But then another group of people.
But you knew that was going to be a shrimp show.
Yeah, I absolutely knew.
Right.
And that's. But it was still. I didn't care about that. But it's just seeing how young college kids look
Oh my
now.
God.
It is.
They're children.
It is upsetting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
To,
I'd
watch-
learned that too.
Like I'm watching these kids, and I go through this every time I go to a college town like that. But it's like, man, I watch these kids like coming to the bar, and they're checking their IDs, and I'm like, are you guys doing your job right?
Yeah.
Because these are little kids in
Yes.
here.
That's why I got kicked out of the bar because the bouncer thought I was poaching. They're like, "Do you have a college ID, sir?" I'm like, "You mean my adult money's not good here? Why I gotta have a college ID?"
I have adult money.
Like he didn't question whether the fact that I was of age. He questioned
knew that,
whether
yeah.
I was like, I could be a doctorate student. You know?
Could be.
Poundcake is still afflicted with that thing when you're shortly out of college. And he's been out long enough where he should be over it. But he still wants to walk into a bar and people ask him what his major is.
It's not
And
even
you're-
that.
Well,
They would be like, sir, you don't have a doctorate. You just asked for a non-applicable beer.
Take a break.
Non-applicable doctorate.
Art history. All right, you want to send a text, 35192. You can do that. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
of the road. He's trying to find me. I'm standing in the middle of life with my pants behind me.
Who is this, Poundcake?
I got a smile for everyone I meet. As long as you don't try dragging my back, dropping the bomb on my street.
She's from Akron, Ohio. Graduate of Firestone High School.
A woman? I have no idea.
A woman.
That is a not applicable answer. She is a woman. Her name is Christine Ellen Hynde. Chrissy Hynde from The Pretenders.
I never would have ever guessed her.
I know, but I like asking you. Because once in a while, boy, you'll drop a bomb and we'll all be blown away. Chrissy Hynde from The Pretenders turns 70 today, by the way. And, by the way, if you tell me that you went to high school with her, I'll call you a liar, because she said, I never cared about high school, I never went to a dance, I never went to a game, I never dated anybody, I was going to Cleveland to see Iggy Pop shows. So she had bigger things in mind. Didn't she have a vegetarian restaurant in Akron for a while?
I don't know.
I feel like a couple years after I got here, it closed, but it had been open for a while. She still has a place in Akron, and
I met her a few years ago.
Chrissy Hynde?
Yeah, she was hanging out. There's like a jazz club down there. I think now I could be wrong if this was the place. It's like in a basement. I want to say it was called Jilly's Music Room.
Okay.
I think that's the place I was in. It's in a basement in Akron, or like the Blue Room or something like that. Something like that. But we were doing a comedy show, and they had like a late night jazz show after the comedy show.
Jilly's Music Room is a place.
Yeah, I think that's where it was. But there's two different places where I did comedy. One was a standalone place, one was in the basement, whichever one was in the basement. And everyone was freaking out while the headliner was on stage and was like, oh my God, Chrissy Hynde's here, blah, 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 like freaking out about it. And I went up, and she was just sitting at the bar having a drink, watching the comedy show. And after the comedy show was over, me and the headliner like went up to her.
She said, are you 45?
Are you what religion are you? And I like shook her hand. And I was like, hey, I'm a really big fan. I just think it's really cool that you're hanging out here. And she literally like didn't even put her hand out to shake my hand, like just stared at me like I felt like I was gonna die, and then looked at the headliner and was like, I really enjoyed your set. Like completely 100% dismissed me like I wasn't even a human being talking to her, and like then continued to have a conversation.
Is the
with
point
the
you're trying to make that Chrissy Hynde is not? You're not a fan of Chrissy Hynde?
She's not a fan of me.
Oh.
And made that
now, how long ago was
clear.
this?
Oh, this was probably 2014 or 15. This was years ago.
So much earlier in your career.
I'm sure I was awful.
I was going to say, who was the headliner?
Brad Wenzel.
Don't know who that is either.
He's very funny. He's very funny.
I'm not saying he's not. I don't know who it is.
He's a one-liner comic.
Okay.
So it's much easier.
That's a quick show. One line, he's off.
That's it.
Beautiful.
Yeah. He got paid for 45 minutes.
You only need one if you're that good.
So Chrissy Hynde.
One joke, and then they laugh for 40 minutes.
70 years old today. If you're a fan of the Pretenders. They got into the Rock Hall about 15, 16 years ago, so they've been in for a minute. But yeah, pride of Akron, Ohio. Hey, and not a Mary Santora fan. At the time, I bet that if she came back to Akron and where did we see Miles perform? What was that basement? We were... it's right downtown Akron. I don't remember what it's called, but that's another place in the basement.
Not downtown Akron. It's in Highland Square.
Okay. Downtown Akron to me is the whole... Akron's not
all
that
of
big.
Akron,
It's
yeah.
all there, yeah. Okay, well, listen, I'm sorry that that's your one... I don't even have a Chrissy Hynde story. I'm a fan, and I've never met her. Never interviewed her, never talked to her, no nothing. So
I got nothing from her.
You've got that.
She looked right past me.
That is
the headliner.
That is an interaction.
Technically, yes.
Maurice. Maurice is number... This is Maurice number 18, but I think Maurice is number 22 on the blacklist.
Oh, okay.
All right, what's up, Maurice?
He's number 22.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, what's up?
I'm number 22. It's been so long, I forgot.
I had to check myself when I saw you on hold.
Okay, so what a coincidence! I'm a teacher in the Firestone building.
Oh boy!
With Chrissy Hynde, and yes,
do they have her? Do they have her handprints in concrete or anything around?
I haven't seen it, but
it would be weird. Just to interrupt, Maurice, it would be weird if you were somebody who nobody knew in high school, but then you end up being the most prominent person from that school, and so then they want you to come back, but no one remembers you because you didn't care about school. You were, it would be it'd be like if Bill Squire went back to Medina High School. He's easily the most prominent person to come from that school, but he wants nothing to do with school.
I want to be removed from the records.
Right. Not only does he not want to be recognized at that school, he wants them to pretend he was never there. That's hardcore. But Maurice
didn't graduate. That's
Okay. Go ahead, Maurice.
So yes, she does have a restaurant in Akron, and yes, there's a bar in Akron called the Blue Note or something.
Blue Note. That was
okay.
Basement.
Oh yeah,
that's it.
The jazz club.
But I actually called to offer Mary a suggestion for a non-applicable drink.
Yes.
Have you ever tried ginger beers?
It gives me heartburn.
I love ginger beer.
Because there's a lot of really good non-applicable.
Well, when I go out to, like if my boyfriend and I have a nice dinner or when I'm at brunch with friends, I'll usually ask for a non-applicable mocktail. And it almost always has ginger beer in it because it is pretty versatile with things you can do with it. But it does give me pretty bad heartburn.
Well, try some different ones. Some of them maybe aren't as strong. I don't know. But
I'm partial to Bundaberg myself. That's my ginger beer. Or but okay, listen, that's a good tip, Maurice. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, there's Maurice over there. He's a double 2 on the Alan Cox Show blacklist.
Annabelle's is where we saw mine.
Annabelle's, right?
Annabelle.
I hate that I forgot the name of it because I had such a good time.
It was great.
It's a great spot.
My go-to summertime mocktail is a fojito. Like a mojito, but it doesn't have any booze in it.
I was just going to let that sit there. A fojito.
I was trying to.
She got all, I know. She didn't. She went all Beavis and Butthead on us there for a second. Yeah.
It's so good, though. Like, if they have cucumber, too, and they can muddle the cucumber, the lime, and the mint.
You can muddle through. You can get through there. Really? Hey, Alan, I went to Trine University. It is the only nice part of Angola. I started as a civil engineer, but I sucked at math.
Yeah,
I'm from Menor, but I went to Trine to play football. All right, I don't even know how big of a school.
Why on earth
that is?
Would you take engineering if you were bad at math and science?
Right.
Maybe you
think you'll pick it up later.
You get it along the way.
Like I already knew as soon as I went to college.
Same with me. I so wanted to be, because I really didn't know what I wanted to be. I mean, I had an inkling of what I wanted to do, but I so wanted to be smart like my dad. Like my dad's an engineer, and I so wanted to have that brain, and I just don't. Like both my younger brothers have that brain.
Your son.
My son has that brain, yes, and I'm so glad that he does. I don't know where it skips but not even skips a generation. Like I didn't.
It skipped you.
It skipped me. I had my head under the hood of a car so many times as a kid, hoping that I would pick up what was getting laid down there. Both of my younger brothers, my middle brother's building a garage and all that kind of stuff. I was like, wow, I just don't. It wasn't like I didn't have any inclination. I couldn't retain all that stuff, and it was so simple for my dad. Remains simple. He was teaching physics at like a local college or something. He was teaching, I remember when I was in like junior high or high school, and my mom saying, boy, I would not want to have your dad as a professor, because he was so hardcore. He was like, look, I'm teaching a class for like a refresher course for engineers who are already engineers, mechanical engineers, Yeah. And so he's like, if they don't know this stuff, that's not good. So I'm not going to like pass a guy, or I'm not going to give a guy a C if he deserves a D, or,
Yeah.
But he was teaching these things, and I would just flip through these textbooks, and obviously they would be completely Greek to me. I didn't know what I was looking at.
There are a lot of Greek letters in physics.
There are, yeah.
So maybe it was Greek to everybody.
Sulfur-row.
Math's a little freaky in the Greek stuff, huh?
Ooh.
I always found out like the kids of teachers were always kind of, I don't know, like touched. Like they either didn't want to learn, had no desire to learn, or they just couldn't. Just like with like a pastor's kid, they're always the worst ones. Like they're always like the one pregnant or selling drugs.
Well, but that's different than your brain. That's because you've been raised with a thumb on your back the whole time from some made-up fairy tale that your family has tried to will into existence for you.
Well, like kids of teachers, like they're always the ones. I think they take it for granted. They're like, my mom's down the hall. I don't care. I'll call you a bitch. I'm like, what?
Well, I thought you meant their intelligence. You mean that they act up because their parent's a teacher?
All of the above. It's always like the teacher's kids. Like you would think that the teacher's kid would be like the example, like the premier student. Like, oh wow, I make my children read, a book a night. Just something to educate them a bit at home, off the clock. But no, they're always the ones getting in drunk driving accidents or cussing out teachers or getting suspended. I'm like, Miss Mellamy, like, how on earth is your kid like the ideal student? How did your kid become that bad?
I think it goes one way or the other.
Wait, they were the ideal student or they were bad?
She was trying to make her kid the ideal student, and he turned out really bad.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean...
They either are going to end up ideal student or horrible. There was this couple in the crowd on my Saturday show in St. Louis, and I was just kind of talking with the crowd because it was a small crowd, and they were both in the military, and they had 2 kids, and I was like, oh, man, it must be really hard to be your kids. Like, you guys must run a really tight ship. And the mom laughed and goes, our kids are horrible. She's like, they do whatever they want. You can't tell them what to do. So it's like, because I'm assuming because they were like raised so hard that they're like, screw that. I'm not going to make my kids be this way,
Yeah, and one size doesn't fit all. So it's like some kids, you got to have a light touch or they're going to go off the rails.
Like the kids of principals. They act like they ran the school.
Oh God, the son of the principal of my high school was but I was so...
Why don't they send him to a different school?
I was so happy when I found out years later that he had lost fingers in an accident.
Oh my gosh!
I was so pleased by that news.
What kind of accident?
The kind of accident that would have prevented him from knocking all my books out of my hands had he lost them in high school.
Yeah.
You can duck a stump. But, I don't know what it was, like a jet ski accident or something. It was something recreational where he somehow lost a bunch of fingers. And I was just aglow all day when I heard that news.
What an awful human being.
Somebody, fine. What's good for the goose?
Basking in someone else's despair.
He wasn't dead. I mean, there was a kid who was merciless to me in grade school. I found out years ago he died from like an OD or something.
Yep.
I was equally pleased. But yeah, this guy, I mean, he was just, I don't know.
And you couldn't say anything to his mom or his dad that they were the principal?
No, because his dad, irrespective, it just so happened the guy was the principal and his son was there. If they were both mechanics, they would have both been douchebags. Like, you could completely see where the kid got it from his dad, right? Oh, you're a badass and all this nonsense. I was like, I mean, it's perfect for Catholic school, by the way, to put that guy in a principal's position.
Yeah.
He replaced one of the nuns. And we were all like, oh my God. But I had friends that were friends with the guy, and they were like, well, you don't really know him like we do. I go, yeah, because he beat me up all the time. What do you mean I don't know him? Like, you're right. You don't know him the way I know him. But I was so happy when I heard he lost some fingers.
Yeah, I just don't understand how they go to the same school. I don't understand how like that nepotism doesn't interfere with the way the kid acts in school.
But you don't actually get away with stuff.
You do. You do.
But think of a perfect example is
I
Erica.
I can't even remember my principal's name, so I don't even know.
No, but think about Erica. Her mom's a teacher, and Erica's great.
I don't think she went to the same school.
Yeah, she did. She went to Janeway High School
or the teacher was, I think her mom was a substitute teacher back then, though.
Okay, but...
And a teacher's student, a teacher's kid is a lot different than a principal's kid.
So you're talking about if the kid is in the school where their parent is, not just if their parent's a teacher.
No, at the same school.
At the same school.
They act a certain type of way because they know, they're like, my mom's down the hall, take it up with her. And their mom is probably already filled to the brim with work. They're like, whatever Jeremy does, I don't care.
What are you talking about? Teachers don't have a lot of work to do.
Ever. And they get paid a fair wage, too.
Mm-hmm. And they get summers off.
Yeah, right.
They're like, I don't want to deal with this.
Sweet job.
I don't want to deal with this little bastard at home. Like, I definitely don't want to deal with him here. I just needed this job, okay? Teacher jobs are hard to come by. So, just from my experience, they were either the ideal student or the absolute worst, the demon seed of children.
Demon seed. People are telling me Oberlin is a terrible school system. Is that true, or are they just trolling you?
Well, I transferred my freshman year to JVS, so I mean, everyone. I don't know. Not that I really paid attention that much anyways, as you could tell.
That's a great answer. I don't know if they're any good because I didn't pay attention.
They were, it was
That's
fine
kind of how
to
I
me.
feel about Medina. Like, it could be a great school.
I got my diploma.
Right, but I'm just
great for me.
I'm saying that Bill Squire would not mean Bill's example wouldn't be an indictment on the Medina school system.
But I don't know what they mean, by, just like as far as like education.
I don't know what they mean
as far
either.
as students.
I don't know what they mean either. I just thought if that was common knowledge, that would be.
It's a very small school
co-sign.
that we could probably use some funding. I'm just
What,
guessing.
there's one school there?
Yes, Oberlin. My graduating class was 98. We had 98 students. We had just under 100, and I think Oberlin High School had maybe in all 4 grades, like all together, was like 350. So a very small school. Yeah.
By the way, speaking of, I want to mention this because he hit me up on Instagram. We have a regular listener named Mark, and he teaches at Parma Community High. He's a high school history teacher. And there are 700 teachers in 16 schools, and he has spent 13 years teaching there. And he won Teacher of the Year.
No, good for you. Come on.
Yeah, so he sent me a photo. He's got a trophy, get a little bit of money with it.
As he should.
As he should. So congratulations to Mark Gaynor. I'll give his full name. If Mr. Gaynor is one of your teachers.
If I can't whoop him, I can't watch him.
Oh, good for you.
That goes for parents and babysitters, right? Not teachers.
Well, that's why I wouldn't be a teacher, because I'd be like, wait, I'm babysitting your child.
There's a lot of things keeping you from being a teacher.
Like that's the thing that would keep him from being right. Poundcake could also be Teacher of the Year, just at the exact opposite end of the spectrum.
He's not
Folks, we
applicable.
like to give away, not applicable, we like to give away 2 distinct awards this year. Teacher of the Year on the good side, Teacher of the Year on the bad side.
I did have the substitute teacher that taught me Warbury, so that was when I was in Oberlin.
Yeah, I think there's a reason that was a substitute teacher. He was substituting for actual English knowledge.
Talk about my Warbury later.
My Warbury. I can't believe nobody in your class sussed that out to figure out what the hell
We were in
the
6th grade.
So what? I was in the 6th grade too, and if somebody had thrown that at me, I would have said, "What the hell are you talking about?"
I figured he was right. I figured
Sixth
his
grade.
big teacher brain knew more than I did. I didn't know vocabulary back then. I don't
You don't know vocabulary now.
Cosign.
I can't believe that. Everybody goes, "I was in the 6th grade." Like, at what point do people start asking questions?
None.
Never.
I sat there
I was
quietly and
asking
just went
questions
with
all the
class.
time.
Never.
I still drive people crazy with questions.
We hated people like you because they were like, all right, well, there was always one student in the class that would ask all the questions just to take up time. We liked those
No, I wasn't
kids.
trying to take up time, and I wasn't you forgot to give us homework. I was not that kid.
God.
I had questions. And answers are the easiest things to give, by the way. Easiest things. I drive my wife crazy because I always have questions. And apparently, there are too many questions or something. If there's like more than one follow-up, she's like, "Well, you just..."
Yep.
And I go, "Okay."
My head was resting
I go,
on my-
"Hey, so what happened with so-and-so?" "I don't know." "Okay, I don't know what you know."
Right.
So if you're telling me a story and I'm asking for more information, I don't know what you know. I'm not trying to be annoying. I've got questions.
But I feel like she's trying to tell you what she knows, and she doesn't know everything. So you just let her tell the story from what she does know.
I'm amazed at the lack of follow-up questions my boyfriend will ask about anything. Like, he'll be telling a story and I'll ask him, like, "Oh, so how long were they together?" And he'll be like, "I don't know." I'm like, "Oh, they broke
that
up,
any of
but
our
how
business?"
long?" Well, I'm like, "You had a conversation with your friend about breaking up with his girlfriend and you didn't ask how long they were
It's just a
together."
curiosity, I guess. And again, it's whatever. Some people don't care.
Yeah.
I'm just somebody that I like information. I figure the more info, even if it's irrelevant to my life, right? Would it change your life if you knew how long those people have been together?
No, but it gives you context.
I agree. I reflexively ask these questions.
Right.
Like,
How'd they meet?
I don't know.
Right. I want the whole backstory.
Hey, how'd they meet?
Hey, give me the rom-com version.
I'll tell you what. I shot a rare bullseye at this wedding. The night before the wedding, we're out in Colorado. So we're out there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and we flew out Sunday. And so the night before, the wedding was on Friday. Night before, Thursday night, everybody associated with the wedding, this big party at like this outdoor brewery outside Boulder. It was great. At the end of the table, I'm just kind of, a lot of people I knew, a lot of people I didn't, like, friends and family of the bride and groom, things like that. And so I'm making conversation with these 2 people at my table. And it's just like you're outside of the brewery. You're walking around, setting your drink down, just shooting the shrimp. And this guy and his girlfriend are there. And I go, oh, you guys live out here? Because everybody lives out there.
Yeah.
And they go, no, we live in the Netherlands.
Whoa.
And I go, wow. The girl used to work with our friend, the bride. And the groom, the guy was her, whatever. They were all friends. And I go, that's amazing. I go, but are you guys from here in Colorado? And the guy goes, no, I'm from Georgia. And I go, where, Kennesaw? I throw Kennesaw out. And he looks at me and he goes, how did you know that?
That's awesome.
I go, Kennesaw.
Yeah, you know where it is.
I picked it up I picked it up in your lilt, of which he had none.
Right.
So I at first I thought he was kidding me. So they're looking at each other because I guess she's from down the road in Georgia. Neither of them had a twang or anything. I was riding Kennesaw. So the rest of the weekend, every time I'd see him at the bar, hey, Kennesaw, what's up?
Hey.
Kennesaw, hey.
There was
Tell Amsterdam I said hi when you get back.
I was doing a corporate gig one time around Christmas time. So it's like for a company or whatever. And there was this one lady who would not stop running her mouth. She was yapping and yapping and yapping. And I like finally called her out. And I said something. I was like, man, is this how you act around the office? Are people just like, God damn it, Debbie won't shut up today? And they lost it. And I was like, did I hit the nail on the head? And she was like, my name's Debbie. And I was like, oh my God. And those just feel so good.
I meant Debbie with a Y. You're probably I-E or I or something.
Yeah, you just lean into it at that point and be like, now shut up, Debbie.
Right.
What did I just say, Debbie? Deborah? Okay, listen, if you're on hold, I got a few people on hold, and you can hang on. I'll get you on the way back. I've got to take a break here. I will have Skillet tickets for you. The band, not the cooking implement. They're going to play Temple Live at the Cleveland Masonic. Oh, we've played that venue. September the 14th is that show, a couple weeks away. If you want to go check out Skillet, I'll hook you up here on the way back. 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Skillet is coming through. Do the show at Temple Live at the Cleveland Masonic on September the 14th. It's a Tuesday night. It's next Tuesday night at the Cleveland Masonic. MasonicCleveland.com if you want more details on the show. But 2 here for you to see Skillet next Tuesday night. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When people say radio is dead, we disagree, but it does explain the smell. The Alan Cox Show is on 100.7 WMMS.
There are only 15 Cleveland Indians home games remaining. The very last one will be Sunday the 26th against the Chicago White Sox, and then they'll play 6 more on the road to end the Indians era in Texas against the Rangers on October the 3rd. 6:10 game tonight. A little earlier. We'll dip out a little early. Tomorrow and Thursday, same deal. 6:10. They're playing 4 games against the Minnesota Twins. Tribe lost last night 5-2, so they get another crack at them tonight. So 6:10 here on WMMS if you're in town but not near your radio. Of course, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, speaking of Memphis, Country Chris is one of our bureau chiefs. We haven't heard from Country Chris in a long time.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
You all right, Chris?
Yeah, I've been good, man. Just keeping my head low, trying to stay out of trouble.
I know you're a busy man and things, but I don't know what made me think of Country Chris like a week or so ago. If I saw like an old message or something, I don't know what it was. I go, I hope Chris is doing all right.
Man, well, I got off the river from the tugboats and was working around here in town. Now I'm just doing construction.
Yeah, okay.
But no, I was calling because y'all was talking about whose kids are the worst. You know, Poundcake said it's always preachers or cops or lawyers or all that. And he's 100% right, because both my parents are retired Memphis police officers, and I was one hellacious kid, man.
You're a hellacious adult, Chris. Who are you kidding?
Well, that is true.
Yeah.
It's all probably because it stems from being, man, when I was 15, 16, I'd get pulled over, be drunk with my buddies. Cops would just be like, hey, aren't you Tennyson's kid? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, don't go home. I'll give your dad a call. And I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, that's the way it used to be.
I mean, when I got home. But,
right.
Yeah, I was always getting out of stuff, man. Then I hit 18 and 21, and nobody cared that my parents were cops anymore. So then it started jail time.
So was it a matter of you taking advantage of that, or was it just kind of not on your radar all that much?
Well, it was more of the things that, like, my parents, all growing up, they, you just find out how cops work. I knew what I could get away with. So it was more of just pushing the envelope as far as I could to see what I could do and what I couldn't do before I got in trouble.
Hey, Dad, it's Chris. If I kill a guy, is that frowned upon? As a boy, is somebody really pissing me off? No, son, do not do that. I'm not sure.
You're a minor, you're fine.
It's right. Make sure he's buried deep enough, and
No, like at a young age, I was always told, if you ever get pulled over and you have been drinking, don't take the test, don't give them a breathalyzer, don't answer questions you ain't got to. Like, they gave me the full rundown. I guess I'm the youngest.
You're white.
I'm the only boy. So.
Yeah, right. It'll work out. Okay, good. Listen, I'm glad you're keeping your nose clean, Chris.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, pal. There's Country Chris, one of our bureau chiefs there in Memphis. Peggy is in Copley. What's going on, Peggy?
Hey, how are you doing today?
How are you?
I'm fine. I wanted to thank you for the shout-out to Mark Gaynor as Teacher of the Year.
Yeah, Teacher of the Year. How about that, right? Are you a fellow educator?
Believe it or not, I'm his mom.
Aww. Yay. Hey, Peg.
Have we talked to Peggy before, or just a different Peggy?
This is a different Peggy.
A different Peggy. Is it Peggy?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
What's Peggy? Is that an iteration of Margaret?
Oh, God, don't ever call me that.
So that is your name. Your name's Margaret.
Calm down, Marge.
Yeah.
What about Meg? You never wanted Meg?
Yeah, when I was... No.
Yeah. All right.
No, just Peggy.
Damn it, Peggy.
That's me.
All right. Well, listen, congratulations.
Margaret, I know that I'm in trouble.
You know that I'm an enemy. I got you. All right. Well, listen, your son, props to him. He sent me a message, and he sounds like he's a regular listener to the show. So I'm just mentioning that to prove to the rest of the audience that my listeners aren't all dopes, Peggy. That yes, there are some shining stars there are diamonds among the coal, you know?
Peggy, did you work?
That's exactly right.
Or were you a stay-at-home mom?
Oh, I worked. I worked 2 jobs to support us. I was a single mom.
How many were us?
Wow.
I'm sorry, what?
How many were us? How many kids?
Just Mark and me.
Oh, really?
We grew up together.
Wow. No wonder you're happy and proud.
Yeah, you should be.
Oh,
All right.
There's the key.
no
Single
idea.
moms make the best kids. There it is.
There you go. 2 jobs, schmoo jobs. It all worked out.
He had to raise himself, so they just...
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, self-sufficient. All right, good. Thanks, Peggy.
All right, thank you.
There
Take
you
care.
go. There's Peggy in Copley. Her son, Mark, we mentioned before, was named Teacher of the Year out of 700 people who... I got a letter in the break off of the WMMS mailbox from Tina. You guys are full of crap.
Yes.
Sorry, your guys are full of crap. Teachers' kids are bad, trouble, slacker, stupid. I don't remember all that. My dad wasn't. I wasn't. My son isn't. I really resented the comments. Do you really believe that? It seems like you guys sometimes try too hard to be cool. Glad there are other stations to listen to. So there's another account he heard from there. Somebody who... She nailed us for trying too hard to be cool. Because I never know how hard to try.
6 out of 10.
What is
See,
it?
the thing is...
6 out of 10.
6 out of 10?
You
See,
want to try a little bit, but not too hard.
I always end up at like 2 or 10.
You gotta make it seem like you're not trying.
Yeah, I always end up at 2 or 9.
You're too aloof for your...
But hey, you know, teachers' kids are bad.
Well,
yeah, man.
Listen,
Yeah.
she's... Tina's glad that there are other stations to listen to, and we are too, because invariably they'll come back to us, right?
They always
you don't
do.
What, you don't think there's somebody else on the radio talking about how awful teachers' kids are? Come on.
That's how we get you. We push you away with teachers' kids are bad, and we pull you back in with non-applicable beer.
That's right. That's how you realize how good you had it over here. Hey, Diane.
Hey.
Hi.
So on the topic of not asking follow-up questions, I was talking to a friend today who just moved into a new house, and she was telling me about how her son asked her if she wanted to know the name of the demon in his closet, and she said, "What is it?" And he said, "Tim," and she didn't ask any follow-up questions. And then later
she was fine. She goes, "Yeah, Tim sounds like
Tim.
a demon's name."
Yeah.
Tim, yeah, all right.
Yeah. And then later, her other son, before bed, told her not to close the basement door because that's where the demon lives. And she didn't ask him any follow-up questions, like, what is that demon, Tim?
Are you sure that this is the first? Are you sure this is the first time she had heard of it? Maybe she's like, yeah, Tim, I get it.
I get it, yeah, Tim and the
No,
demons and blah, blah, blah.
apparently this is something completely new. She just moved in, and both of her sons told her about the demon, and she didn't ask them, you know, is it one demon? Is it 2?
Did
How
you?
are
Did
you? How
yeah?
do you know?
But all that is...
Are they twins?
That's not like a boyfriend and girlfriend, like, dealing, like not asking follow-up questions. That just shows you how annoying kids are. Where you're like, oh, there's a demon named Tim? Okay, leave me alone. Just go to sleep. You're so goddamn annoying. I hope the demon comes and takes you.
Yeah, Tim's not coming.
But maybe there was a Tim at their old house.
That could be.
Yeah. But I can't believe... But so you didn't ask any questions, Diane?
Oh, I asked plenty of questions.
And she had no answers
she
for
didn't
you?
No answers because she just accepted it.
Yeah, kids are weird.
Yeah.
Talk about demons.
Is she a religious person?
A little.
Yeah, that's probably why there's no follow-up, because they're like, if you buy one part of the nonsense, you buy all of it. You're like, yeah, okay, listen, if Tim takes absconds with a couple of you kids, then it's just me. I get to keep all my money. What do you want from me, all right? In the meantime, go up and brush your teeth. Hell, why don't you get Tim to make you dinner? Put this guy to work. Okay, listen, thank you, Diane.
Thanks.
All right. I don't have any follow-up questions for Diane.
You know Tim? What?
No, I don't know Tim. What a great name for a demon.
It's probably the guy who killed himself.
Not Azazel, not Beelzebub, not Lucifer.
No.
What's your demon's name? Tim.
Tim's the guy who shot his whole family in that house, and that's why I got such a good deal on it.
Oh, like Ronald DeFeo. Yeah, out in Amityville. So here's what happens is I think that's how you get the kid. Because what was it in the Amityville Horror? the demon's name was Jody. The little girl thought that Jody was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get like a name that the kids can be down with.
They're not going
to go, oh, it's my pal
sound any
Azazel.
alarms, yeah.
Right, yeah. That's not going to set anybody off. Do you want to talk to Thigh Mule? We haven't talked to...
Of course.
We haven't talked to Thigh Mule in a while.
I wonder what he's going to say.
Oh, okay. Hello?
Hey, Alan, my boy.
Hey, what's going on?
It's Thigh Mule.
Oh, it's Thigh Mule. What's up?
Yeah, so I had a good, usually I make up a story that goes along with the topic. I'm driving home from fishing now. I took the day off. I'm shirtless.
Sounds like a lot of work.
And it is. So I made up a story that my dad was a police chief and that my mom was a teacher and that I was slanging Adderall at my high school. But Poundcake foiled me. He actually called me out by name. So I wanted to, I'm not going to do the Thy Mule thing, but I'm going to give props to your phone screener for doing a good job, and for also for letting me, say hello to my friend Alan and Bill, and and I do.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So, Poundcake, how did you? Oh, he's talking to somebody else. Okay. Thank you. There you go. Okay. So he's coming back.
Rivalry they got going on.
Yeah, he's
there.
coming back
like
from
it.
fishing, and by the way, let me get some appropriate. Music here for you. I did want to shout out a new sponsor of the show. Speaking of fishing, this show partially sponsored by Canoe Soup. Summer's not over yet, and fishing season is about to get good. So why settle for the same old sandwiches and lunch food when you're on the water? Grab Canoe Soup. From the makers of hiking spaghetti and zipline sushi, Canoe Soup. Available in 87 flavors.
Wow.
Including beef with barley, beef without barley.
That's what it's called.
Barley without beef, and ham.
Hey!
That's Canoe Soup, available at the grocery store near other soups. Okay, good. So there you go. A little shout out to a new Alan Cox Show sponsor.
Real quick, we're asking questions today. Yeah.
Yep.
Can you only eat it on a canoe? Could I have it on a kayak, or do they have like other?
The copy that they sent me doesn't say. Well,
Yeah.
the copy that they sent me doesn't say anything about that. I would imagine that you can.
You can eat Kentucky Fried Chicken in other places other than Kentucky.
Are you sure?
I don't know if it's made
Well,
in a canoe.
it's fried there,
Yeah.
and then it's transported across state lines
I don't know
to
if
other.
that's correct.
Pardon me? It's not. It's not
I said I don't know.
chicken.
I said I don't know.
Well, this is what the follow-up questions are for.
Right. So Canoe Soup.
So that's Canoe Soup.
Do they have any bisques?
I didn't say. Listen, with 87 flavors, I imagine that there's probably a bisque.
Bound to be, right?
Sure.
Speaking of ham, I learned a new ham fact over the weekend.
Black fact! I didn't have ham fact, so black fact we'll have to do.
There was a couple from Iowa in one of the audiences, and this guy was just going off with civic pride for Iowa. He loved the city that it was. I don't even remember the name of it. But did you know that Iowa is the pig capital of the United States? That's where most of our ham,
Yeah,
bacon...
I've been to the bars there.
that's where most of it comes from, that there are more... He said there are more pigs in Iowa than there are human beings.
So
I took him at face value because I didn't know.
So a lot of our hog farmers reside in Iowa, is
Yes,
what you're saying.
that
Okay.
he said there are more pigs and hogs than human beings in the state of Iowa. So the state of Iowa is mostly ham.
Mostly ham.
Ham fact.
Yeah, that's pretty. Again, I don't have ham fact. Black fact. Black fact. I'll have to do.
Black Forest ham.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, hog farmers in Iowa. You know,
That's what he
Woody, our friend Woody, is originally from Iowa.
Oh,
he might be able to corroborate that.
Yeah, I didn't ask many follow-up questions. I was just like, oh, this guy's from Iowa. He's spouting off these ham facts. So there you go.
Yeah, there are pig farmers in every county in Iowa. Iowa itself has more than 5,400 pig farms. Wow. Between 30 to 80 feral hogs. The largest hog farm in the world is in China. But here in the United States, Texas has the most wild hogs. But where does the U.S. get most of its pork?
Iowa.
China. Good to know.
Dang.
Right. But according to, I'll take them at
This
their
guy,
word too.
yeah.
I don't, yeah.
I mean, he was just so gung-ho for Iowa. He brought it up several times over the course of my set that he was from Iowa. And when I finally engaged with him, he shared that little ham fact.
Yeah. Whack fact. Ham fact. Listen, the Iowa pork industry absolutely fuels that state's entire economy.
Yeah.
So, anyway, we have lots of bureau chiefs in the state of Iowa. It's the Hawkeye state, I believe.
Oh.
Right? Iowa
The
Hawkeyes?
Hawkeye state.
The Hawkeye state. Whack fact. Ham fact. Don't worry, I'll have Miles cut me a ham fact. And then it won't come up again for 5 more. We'll have to shoehorn that in.
I'll do a weekly ham segment if
Yeah,
you'd
okay.
like.
Yeah. Hey, we've got the Poundcake Sports Break on Wednesday and Mary's ham fact.
Hey, I'm doing the sports break on my birthday.
Yes, you are. I hope it will be birthday tinged.
Is there anything you want specifically for your birthday?
My mom asked me the same thing, and I feel weird asking for stuff. I have no idea what I could possibly want.
Can I get you some Kentucky pre-fried chicken from Kentucky, direct from Kentucky?
He likes it from Chick-fil-A because he likes the taste of hate.
You can get me whatever you like, but I don't ask for gifts. When I get gifts for my birthday, I'm very surprised.
Is there anything you need for your apartment, like a blender or a fork or anything?
I need a lot of things, but
do you need a blender or a fork?
Yeah, what are some
And which do you need more?
Now I have to think about it.
All right, get us a list by the end of the show.
Because I was talking to Bill about it before the show today, and we were both clueless.
The only thing I could think to get you is a book on how to please a woman.
He needs that for Mexico.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That was a black fact.
That was a ham fact.
If you guys save me a trip to the hardware store, that'd be great.
What do you need?
Adult Mart?
Some bolts.
Yeah.
No. Like
washers.
Some tacks. Some little sticky hooks, things that you put on the wall, like stuff that you can.
You mean like command strips?
Command strips, yes.
Sure.
That's what he
You
needs.
get those on an end cap at Target, a hardware store.
You're serious.
Boy, he has been out of the carpentry biz for a long time. Who uses tacks?
Nobody uses tacks anymore?
He needs tacks to hang up his Christmas lights in his bedroom.
What do you need?
I got a cup full of tacks in the office. You can just have those.
What do you need them for?
I'm hanging up lights in my room. You're trying to shame me?
This guy, he comes out of a carpentry school. He's like, I'm just going to put this metal tack through the wires
I
of
wasn't
the...
good at carpentry. I wasn't well at carpentry.
And
my
no
bad.
good at wiring either. What did he say?
He said, I almost spit water everywhere. You didn't hear me? He said I wasn't good at carpentry and then tried to correct himself and said I wasn't well at
I wasn't well at carpentry. Hold on. We'll just, let me...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
He wasn't well at carpentry. I wasn't well in English.
Like he was under the weather. I wasn't well.
I wasn't well at carpentry.
Well, that too. I fake sick a lot.
Oh my God.
He had the sawdust lung from junior varsity, right?
I was
okay.
nice and I tried. That's the only thing you asked for. I gave effort. I really did try. I was just awful. Just like you couldn't do math, I couldn't do manual labor.
That's true. However, to your point, those sticky hooks, you can easily get those. We're happy to get them for you.
If that's what you want.
If that's what you want.
We'll get you a ton
We'll get you a wheelbarrow
Yeah.
full of them. But they're like on an end cap at Target. Not hard to find. Do you want the brushed nickel? Do you? No, you want the little clips.
Yeah.
Little plastic
so
clips.
he can hang his, the
Yep.
small clear ones.
Small
would be
clear
my
clips.
guess.
Like Justin Timberlake. I had my Justin Timberlake poster. You know, I got that.
Is that up already?
He needs command strips.
So what happened
Justin
was...
Timberlake. What are you, 14?
Shut up! It was a
Timberlake.
His Christmas lights and
I
his
showed
Justin
you my
Timberlake.
shrine. I showed you my shrine. All the gifts you've gotten me, all the bar crawls. I have little trinkets.
I know. I didn't notice there was a Justin Timberlake. I haven't
It's one of
committed.
the
He
big
took
ones.
it one from here.
The big one from the lobby. That big, like, canvas.
From
You know what I'm talking
iHeartRadio, from him performing at iHeartRadio.
All right.
And so I had him up on above my dresser.
I only know one person at iHeartRadio. Dua Lipa is the only one that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, and so I had him kind of resting on my dresser because I hadn't had anything to hang him up yet.
Do you want to give out your Venmo?
Sure.
It's at Bill Squire.
What?
His Venmo is at Bill Squire.
Boy, that must be confusing.
It is.
Oh, my goodness. For the people who want to send him some money.
Yeah, if you guys want to give me monies for my birthday, it's Cody-Brown-60.
Jeez.
Maybe I'll just give you... no. Giving you money seems
Give him
lame.
Some command strips.
He wants
I'll
command
get some
strips.
command strips.
From the hardware store.
Yeah.
I command you strip.
Oh.
Hello.
See what he did
You
there?
asked me what I wanted for my birthday.
Alan, Dubuque smells like hell or rendering pig fat.
Dubuque, Iowa. Used to be a comedy club there.
Alan, I ask so many follow-up questions that my wife prefaces every story with, before I tell you this, I have no other details than what I'm about to tell you.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. It's like the thing in the beginning of Law and Order, you know? Yeah. Yeah, we ended up being in the hotel room the night before we were flying out of Colorado, like drunk and just watching Law and Order.
There you go.
Oh, it's great.
That's a good end to a trip.
Well, drunk, Law and Order, bang, more Law and Order.
Perfect.
Oh, it's fantastic.
What could you want?
Yeah, you watch a little Law and Order. It's SVU. You get a little turned down.
A little bit.
No, it's all OG Law and Order.
OG,
It was Jack McCoy. It was Lenny Briscoe. OG, right? Jerry Orbach still alive. Oh, it's fantastic. I think post Angie Harmon, but pre Carrie Lowell was in them. Old. Not for season.
No.
Not George Zunza and Michael Moriarty, Law and Order. Benjamin Bratt, Lenny Briscoe, Jerry Orbach.
Classics.
Okay, I've got to take a break. If you are on hold, I will grab you on the way back. If you are not on hold, you can get on hold. Otherwise, you can text 35192 and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Tell me you had a meltdown and you went to go talk to your parents.
manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Crossing the highway late last night. He should've looked left and he should've looked right. He didn't see the station wagon car. The skunk got squashed and there you are. You got your dead skunk in the middle of the road. Dead skunk in the middle of the road. Dead skunk in the middle of the road. Stinking to high heaven.
Who says there's nothing to do in North Ridgeville? The 19th annual Skunk Fest is returning this weekend from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you know you could have a festival within a short 6 hours, but if you live in North Ridgeville and it's September, which it is, what better way to commemorate the 20th anniversary of 9/11 than by going to Skunk Fest, which will happen in North Ridgeville this weekend. Benefits Skunk Haven, which I can only assume is either a punk band or an animal charity. They're asking people to bring donations of paper towels, blankets, grain, cereal, and you can't bring your own pet unless, take a guess.
It's a skunk.
It's a skunk. Unless your pet is a skunk. So, congratulations, I guess. I don't know if last year's was preempted because of COVID. I would imagine that it was, but it's considered to be the largest skunk convention in the world.
Hell yeah.
Right here in Northeast Ohio.
That's amazing.
For 6 hours a year. Skunk Fest in North Ridgeville. Take that, South Ridgeville. Hey, Julie.
Hey.
Hi, thanks for holding. What's going on?
Hi. So I'm driving home and I hear someone talk about their demon Tim in a closet, and I realize it's my friend Diane. I'm like, those are my kids, and she's talking about me.
Oh, wow.
All right, so explain this, because she said there was no follow-up. Is this old news to you with the kids and the demons?
All right, it is not old news to me. The demon in the closet, apparently I came home and I did ask follow-up questions. Apparently his name is Jonathan, not Tim. I was wrong. He definitely said Jonathan. And I said, well, why is his name Jonathan? He goes, I might just be spewing BS out of my mouth. I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of where I thought this was going to begin with. So, okay, got it. So then my younger one... upon the smallest bit of cross-examination, your kid gives it up that he's just making it up. Yeah.
How does it feel to raise a little liar?
Was he doing this, Julie? Is he doing this for attention, or are you neglectful of your children?
No, no. He speaks fluent meme, and so I just assumed it was something he read online.
How old is he?
I'm not sure, honey, because he's 12.
Okay, yeah, that's prime meme territory right there. 12. Okay,
he speaks meme good.
And how old is the other kid?
He's 11.
11. Okay, so that's the older of the two who told you. So so then you go on to the 11-year-old.
So the 12-year-old tells me about Jonathan like in the middle of the day, and we have a party going on for Labor Day and whatnot. So we're going to bed, and the younger one's like, "Hey, there's a light on. It's bothering me." And I'm like, "Well, I can't figure out how to turn it off because we just moved here and it's on a timer, and I don't know how to work it." I'm like, "I'll just close this door for you." He's like, "No. You got to leave that door open because the demon lives behind that door."
Okay, right.
And so I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to freak him out. And I'm very pleasantly drunk, and I'm already a little freaked out, and I don't want to really get into this. So I'll figure it out tomorrow. So that's why there were no follow-up questions to that. And he was very nonchalant about it. He's like, yeah, no, you can't close that door because the demon lives behind it.
Yeah, so you wanted to have a clear head.
I'm like, oh, okay.
Right.
So I asked the older one about Tim/Jonathan. So then I asked the younger one, I'm like, hey, the demon that lives behind your door, does he have a name? And he looks at me very thoughtfully and he goes, yeah, no, we haven't figured out his name yet. And I'm like, all right, and no more follow-up questions.
Right. He sometimes goes by Carlo Spicy Wiener, and that's what we know that we should be terrified. Okay, so they're just kind of playing some back and forth.
Goofing around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are.
Okay, good. So there's no reason to be alarmed. Now, if I unfortunately read a story that a mother and 2 children were slaughtered by Tim/Jonathan, I'm going to feel awful.
It's Timothy Jonathan.
Timothy Jonathan.
TJ.
TJ, the DJ demon.
Demon TJ.
Right.
Tearing up your soul.
Yeah, through
Maybe
fire
that's what
and rain.
Matitude is working on. He's doing personal house hauntings. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad you were able to clear that up, Julie. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. Want to make sure that everyone.
Thank you very much. All right, there you go. So there's a follow-up. Diane called before, completely threw her friend Julie and her children under the bus, and we got it right from Julie that all is well there.
I just want to keep tagging Demon DJs. Spinning straight fire.
Yeah, straight fire. Hey, Bob.
Hello.
What's going on, Bob?
I'm usually just a listener, but I would really be remiss if I didn't have the opportunity, especially with all these parents listening. The biggest problem that is in the paranormal world are these young kids that, and adults just as much, young kids that mess with these Ouija boards.
Oh, we know.
And that is opening up a door to, that's like opening up your house and leaving for the weekend. You don't know who's coming and going.
Well, yeah, Bob, that's predicated on whether or not you believe in all that. And a lot of people don't.
I do.
Well, or if you experience something, you may not believe. My parents vehemently had nothing to do with believing the video, audio evidence that I bring my daughters, both of my daughters come with me.
Yeah.
When it comes to demons, that's way out of my league, but there's a lot of spirits that just, maybe they have something that they didn't get to say before they crossed.
Our own Mary Santora, comedian Mary Santora, she will not mess with a Ouija board. It is well known around these parts on the show that anything having to do with the paranormal makes her especially skittish.
Even though we could talk to her dad.
We're all going to die. We're all going to either experience what people are claiming, quote unquote, to experience. But I'm here to tell you, it's as real as you and I talking. But like
Bob, are you vaccinated?
I am.
All right, I thought I was going to catch him. Nevertheless. I shot my shot, Bob. Okay, so again, you believe in it. A lot of people, like Bill and I, couldn't believe in it less. But you believe in it. Mary believes in it. I think Poundcake might believe in it.
Cody errs on the side of caution.
Well, errs on the side of caution. In case there are demons that want to, do something to me or with me,
Right.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine the Milton Bradley Ouija board that we have is going to open up a gateway to another dimension.
Listen, Milton Bradley created a game. The demons took it over.
Oh, did they get a cut of the profits?
They don't get any profits.
Oh.
But they just need a portal.
All right.
People get their Ouija boards taken away, and then they take paper and they cut out letters. It can be made in any generic way, but it's still opening up a doorway to something that you don't know. If you.
Well, I hope the Milton Bradley Corporation doesn't find out that people can make their own, because they're out here trying to sell them.
That's not going to have the same quality.
Well, I'm seeing edibles out here with the Skittles name on it, and Snickers.
Yeah, that is true. He does have a point. Yeah, you can kind of recreate. Okay, listen, Bob, be careful out there, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you, pal. I think we've talked to Bob before.
What about all the ghosts that don't know how to read?
They don't come through the portal.
Or spell things wrong.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know. Wait, you need to be literate in the afterlife to come through the portal?
Maybe their unfinished business is not, they didn't learn how to read.
And they want to learn?
They want to learn.
Maybe.
Yeah, so that they can use the Ouija board as
Yeah.
a way
They
to
weren't-
learn the alphabet.
They weren't well at reading.
They weren't well at reading.
I'm just saying.
Alan, this is Dan. Speaking of scary things, I damn near filled my pants at the Peanut Man trailer. I got so many messages from people.
Oh, yeah.
The Peanut Man movie.
Looks scary, dude.
Oh, terrifying, right? Candyman opened up, and then they wasted no time. From the people who brought you Candyman, Peanut Man, they dropped that trailer. I was checking it this morning. It's got like 7 billion hits.
Wow, that's a lot. I saw Shang-Chi on Friday, and I was hoping to catch the Peanut Man trailer. But I guess because it's a PG-13 movie, they didn't want to show anything that's scary.
Oh, yeah. A Peanut Man is double R.
Double R.
Double R, yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Right here in this neighborhood, the legend started. And the legend is, if we say his name 5 times while looking in the mirror, the mirror invites you to summon him.
Hell no.
1 for 5 and 2 for 10. If you buy 'em once, you buy 'em again.
Say his name. Peanut Man.
I'm from the Peanut Man.
It's a chill went up my spine.
So creepy.
Chill went up my spine. Oh, man. You want to talk about another pants filler. You know, sometimes that's how I'll open the show, Bill. I go, hey, another shorts filler straight ahead of you. And that was not lost on the people who were enjoying the Peanut Man trailer. So, boy, oof.
Scary.
No joke. So last week, you may have heard, we were talking about this employee raffle that was going on here at iHeartMedia Cleveland. Just a little bit of backstory here, okay? So we're getting brand new studios downtown Cleveland. 668 Euclid is where we're going to be. And they had initially set a launch date of October the 1st, but material deliveries and construction delays being what they are as the cost of doing business, that's kind of evaporated. So now we're kind of looking at the beginning of the year. When we come back from the holiday break, we assume that we'll be in these new studios. However, they are fully into stripping this place for parts. So they've got the sales department shredding documents and destroying or taking equipment home. I don't know what they're doing. Trying to clear this place out so that we can get our new digs downtown and not have to worry about anything here. So we were mentioning last week that there was an employee raffle where they were going to be, what was the buy-in on this?
$5 for everything that you wanted to bid on.
Per item.
Yeah.
Per item, right.
$5. It was going to
Pool
go help
table
Coats
and,
for Kids, right? So they raised a good amount of money for Coats for Kids. And so there were a bunch of items. I think there's more to come. I didn't bid on any of these. I didn't even know where this was. Or I didn't pay attention to the email, whatever. And Bill was talking about how there's a hot dog machine. I had never seen a hot dog machine. I assumed it had to be in one of the promo cages down in the basement because it never saw the light of day in our kitchen here. And Mary was talking about how, oh man, that hot dog roller. We went on a whole dumb thing on hot dog rollers. So we get the email this morning from management. Hey, congratulations to our first round of raffle winners. And who wins the hot dog machine but one Mary Santora?
Hot dog time, baby!
That's the
hot dog machine.
We have to
you know what?
have
I changed my mind.
Day.
I changed my mind. I know what I want for my birthday. I want Mary's hot dog machine. I want Mary's hot dog machine.
I was so excited. I got that
Have
email.
you seen it? Like,
No.
how big is it? Okay,
I
you
have
don't
no
know.
idea what it looks like.
So you don't know what it looks like.
like it's a cart?
Yeah. So Mary, for $5, got herself what I assume will be a brand new asset.
I'm so excited.
Next to the curtains.
Yes.
So stupid.
Appreciate overtime.
I mean, Rachel in sales won the air hockey table. My only thought was, now all these people have to rent trucks
to get this
these
stuff out
into
of
their
here.
houses.
Well,
I mean,
some people have trucks, like
But okay,
or they have a friend or something. Yeah, it's a. But listen,
but what a pain in the ass.
But if I'm getting an air hockey table for $5, it's worth whatever I have to do to get it there. Like, that's fine.
I guess. Jen Pachano, who's the new co-host of the Mark Nolan Show down there at Magic, she got that red fridge in the kitchen.
That
That's
thing
is really cool, yeah.
Been locked up for 2 years. I hope somebody's got the key. They have to get
It's open right now.
Oh, is it really?
There's a bunch of old beer in
Somebody
there.
got the bolt cutters?
You want some old beer.
So Keith, one of our bosses, messaged me and was like, hey, congratulations, you won a hot dog machine. It's just so silly to say. And then he said,
Boy, that's a line you'll never, ever get in another email ever. Congratulations on winning your hot dog machine. Right.
He said, I'll grab it this week and place it near the MMS studio. So it's got to be big enough for him to, like, small enough for him to carry would be my guess.
I assume it was like a tabletop thing, like you'd see at a, Circle K or something. But
I got a hot dog roller, dude. I can't wait.
So they were raffling off these leather couches from the pits back there, and these sales chairs, the huge TVs that were like down the hall.
I got one of the TVs.
You did?
Yeah.
Man.
And I claimed one.
How big is
They're like 55 or 60 inches.
Are they that big?
They're pretty big.
Where are you going to put that?
I'm actually donating it to a local theater.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
I saw, two people. Allie Sauer in Traffic and Pat Butler, who's on the air for Traffic. They each won one of the TVs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they got a large small TV.
Dude, it's crazy.
Of course, I guess could you only put $5 in each category, or could you put a bunch of tickets for one thing?
You could put, if you wanted to put 20 votes in for the pool table, you could.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, if I would have known that, I thought it was just one.
One and done.
Oh, I'm
you
stupid.
could submit as many times as you
I
wanted.
just did one for each thing. Yeah, I'm stupid. Because I really wanted the video game. That's what I wanted.
Oh,
the
you could have
arcade
put
game.
in 100 for it if you wanted to.
Yeah, because there were only
now.
a dozen items, and they said they collected over $400 for Coats for Kids. So
Trade Rachel. Ask her if you can trade her the arcade machine for. Oh, she won the air hockey thing.
She
Whoever
won the
it
air
is.
hockey.
See if they want a TV instead of the arcade.
Who won the arcade game?
I don't know.
Dawn Robinson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I already promised the TV to a
Oh yeah.
thing. So
Dieter got the shuffleboard.
That thing is so long.
It's so
and
cool,
heavy.
Yeah.
He'll just lift it over his head and carry it out. Put it under his arm.
Walk home with it.
Dude, when Rachel's son has like a college house, he can take that air hockey table and like it's dual purpose. You could use it as a air hockey table or beer pong.
Yeah, just get the ping pong tabletop.
Yeah, that's cool.
And our buddy Patrick Biddle won the American flag, which, listen, I can't imagine it finding a better home than our buddy P. Biddy, who got... So anyway, I thought that was very funny when I saw that email. Hey, here's the winners of the... and there's another raffle coming soon. You can best believe I'm getting in on this next raffle.
Well, the hot dog machines are already gone. So what are you even going to bid on?
We only had 2 hot dog machines?
Yes.
Because you won one and Tracy and Sales won one.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Maybe they'll have a popcorn machine.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Or a hot pretzel machine.
No, I would like that popcorn machine.
A hot nuts machine.
I'm trying to figure out other circular...
Alan Cox wins the hot nuts machine.
Other circular items I can put on this hot dog roller.
Other circular items. Taquitos.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get some
corn
stuff.
dogs.
Maybe in the winter time, you can take your little personal massager, throw it on there, warm it up for you.
It'll melt it.
Hey, you set it on low.
Set it on low.
So dumb.
Do you think I'm storing my personal massager outside? Why is it cold?
I don't know. You always complain about being cold. I just try and look out for you.
Thanks, Bill. Maybe I'll trade it to my hillbilly neighbors downstairs. I'll say, listen, I will give you this hot dog machine if you stop smoking inside.
They're not going to stop smoking inside.
You don't
Then
think?
they'll say yes, and then they'll
Then
just...
I just...
Then it's going to smell like hot dogs and cigarettes.
Ugh. That was like the ongoing joke when I was a kid. Like if someone stunk, they'd be like, hey, you smell like hot dog water.
No water, though. That's the great thing about
I know,
this.
this is good to have a machine, but
Does it have a little crunch to
when
it?
you're hood, I never ate boiled hot dogs. I always thought that they were so gross,
drink.
especially when they split open. Ugh, no.
That was in the microwave when they would split open.
Well,
I guess
okay.
if you overboil them.
Anything other than having them on the grill, I did not like.
We'll split on the grill, too.
They will split on the grill.
Sausages. I could put sausages on it. You think it would cook a sausage, right? It would cook a hot dog.
Yes.
Any type of...
Do you think it would cook a sausage?
Listen, take some ground beef and just make a long tube.
Yeah.
And then you can make
Beef
tubes.
But my
Beef burger, yeah.
My understanding of those, and I could be wrong, I've never had one of them. I assumed they cooked them and then just kept them warm in the roller machine.
I don't know.
For a hot dog, it will... If it's the one like the one that I've used
because they're already
before,
cooked technically.
Yeah.
It will get them like you don't have to heat it up and then put it on. You put it on there and it will get to a
From
cooked
the
temperature.
fridge.
Yeah.
I used to eat
It
cold
takes a
hot
little
dogs
while,
anyway,
though.
but
Yeah.
whatever.
It takes a little while, but it's good. Gets them nice and evenly cooked, which is the best part.
You think it'll roll pancakes flat if I put them in between the slots?
You can get creative with it. It's yours now.
Oh, God, I can't wait.
You mean like a flattener where the two
Yeah.
rolls come together?
Pizza dough?
She's running a paper mill over there.
I could make like calzone roll-ups, like pizza roll-ups.
Or you could just buy those and cook them.
Why would I do that if I have a hot dog machine, Alan?
See, this is what's great about Mary Santora is her brain goes to, these are follow-up questions for the hot dog machine.
Yes.
Right?
What can you cook?
What else can you cook for me? I got to take a break. I will have those Breaking Benjamin tickets for you. It's a good enough band to go see in Youngstown. I like Breaking Benjamin a lot. They're touring with Papa Roach. They're going to play the Cavelli Center in Y-Town end of this month. So if you want to go to that show, I'll have a couple of tickets here for you on the way back. 35192 if you want to text.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free.
to hit the road to see Breaking Benjamin and Papa Roach. They're playing Friday. Well, not Friday. What's the date? It's September the 21st. It's going to be a Tuesday night. It's 2 weeks from tonight, by my math. They'll play the Cavelli Center in Youngstown. You can go to livenation.com if you need any further details. But it's a good lineup. Breaking Benjamin, Papa Roach, Memphis May Fire is on the lineup too. They're good. So caller 10, these tickets are yours. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
When life gives you lemons,
I know just what to do with it.
please don't see if they'll fit up there.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Indians are playing tonight. Early game, 6:10. It's second of 4 against the Twins here at home. There are only 15 Indians home games remaining in the Cleveland Indians era. Very last game of the regular season will be in Texas against the Rangers on October the 3rd. But tonight, 6:10 is your start at Progressive Field. 6:10 games tomorrow and Thursday as well. They'll start at the weekend series here at home against the Brewers of Milwaukee. Indians lose to the Twins last night, 5-2. But Tribe's still in good shape. A little over 500. And
they don't have all that pressure of worrying about playoff baseball.
Right.
That's what it is. You just go, it's a game. Doesn't matter if you win or lose at this point. At least we're not the Orioles.
Just trying to have some fun.
Or the Rangers. Get better. I mean... So, 6:10 tonight is when that will happen. Less than an hour away. We'll go right into your first pitch here on MMS. Later in the week, the legendary Bill Curtis will join the show. He's the host of Cold Case Files. You guys know who Bill Curtis is. I love Bill Curtis. I grew up watching Bill Curtis on local Chicago television, but he went on to national fame hosting all those A&E shows. Cold Case Files and American Justice. And he was the narrator and anchor man. Ron Burgundy was the balls. And comedian Annie Lederman is going to be in here as well. And I'm a big fan of hers. So,
my buddy Josh Potter's featured for her this weekend.
There you go.
I haven't seen him in a long time.
He's been in here, yeah.
Is he Harry's older brother?
I don't know if Josh has ever been in here.
Josh has been in here.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
I bet he might not recall, but I'm pretty sure that Josh was in here.
He lived in Cleveland for a little while. He worked on one of the morning shows over on the sports station.
Yeah, he's definitely been in here.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe not since you've been here.
Yeah,
that would be a long time.
That's a long time ago,
Yeah. By the way, they said that, Trevor Moore, you read the update on that?
Yeah, fell off a balcony?
Fell off a balcony. Yeah. Trevor Moore, who died a couple of weeks ago from the Whitest Kids You Know, that sketch group. They found him dead in a yard, and they were trying to figure out what happened about 2 a.m. This was on August the 7th in L.A., and he fell off the balcony, the upstairs balcony at his home. And they're not sure if he fell accidentally or intentionally jumped. They didn't find a suicide note, but they think alcohol was involved. I would go with accidental.
Probably drunk, yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. Stay away from balconies if you're under the influence of anything.
That's good advice.
I remember in college, one of the frat houses got shut down for the remainder of the school year because there was a huge soccer party and somebody got hammered and sat on the railing of the balcony and just fell backwards onto the driveway. Just cracked their head open on the driveway, a whole bit. And boy, I'll tell you what, I don't know much. I bet that killed the vibe.
Probably.
I bet that killed the party vibe. I wasn't a big partier in college, but I had friends that had attended the party. And
death will usually do it.
Best as I could figure is it really put a damper on the party. I bet it ended early too.
I feel like death is the only thing that could
That's
kill the
question
vibe.
Mark, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, death is the only thing that could either kill the vibe or end the party. Because
I think serious injury can do the same.
No, people can fall and break their leg to be like, hell yeah! They were like, all right, I'll walk it off.
Huh? You've been to a party where somebody broke a leg?
They fell off a fire escape.
Huh?
So, yeah, no, they were.
I believe them.
There was a party at a frat house, and one person was peeing off of said fire escape, and there were girls underneath, and they were like, "What's going on?" They're like, "Courtney, move!" And she's like, "Oh my gosh, she got the back of my hair!" And they just see like a stream of pee coming down, and everyone was laughing. And then that same party,
they were actively peeing on these girls.
He was just peeing down. He didn't pee on.
But he didn't look to see if anybody was down below.
Nope, drunk don't care.
God, Jesus.
Yep,
I mean, I've been drunk. I would still look to see if anybody was below me while I was peeing. Really?
It was just falling down. It was a stream, and everyone noticed, and everyone saw, and everyone was laughing. Second part of that was that same group of guys. The one was peeing. The other one was falling, like walking down with his beer and missed a step. You just casually miss a step, and foot went in between the steps, and then he fell, and I don't know if he broke his leg or arm, but he was injured pretty badly, and they were like, Brad, are you okay? He's like, I'm good. Hell yeah, MFers. Like, and then just...
Oh, he had like that drunk anesthesia.
Face off. Like, I was like, ooh, it looked like he had skid marks on his face. And they're like, bro, we got to get you checked out. He's like, bro, my blood's real thin right now. He's like, I've been drinking all night. My blood's probably
and
real
I'm
thin.
a hemophiliac. This isn't going to end well.
And so the girls, he thought it was like a chick magnet because he's in the kitchen getting all packed up. She's like, I'm a nursing major. I'm like, oh no. How far in are you? Because she's like, all right, I can patch you up. And she's in there. I'm like, this is I'm like, I'm going to let it happen.
Have a sewing kit?
I'm like, I'm just going to let this happen because they're doing like, they're heating up needles on the stove. I'm like, no, this is not good. This is not good.
Wow. Alan, don't make fun of Poundcake. I was so bad at grammar when I was a kid that I fell down a good. Demons are very serious and scary, and yes, Alan, they're real. Well, here's all I'll say about that.
Did they use it right there?
They are not. Nevertheless, a lot of people in our audience
heard their anecdotal evidence that proves that they are.
A lot of
everything's anecdotal evidence.
That's patently false.
That's what it is.
A lot of our audience, maybe they are just more receptive to those things, right? They see people are very much like antenna, and if you're not receptive to those things, it's not going to come
you're not
to
tuned into the right channel, man.
Not tuned in the right channel, bro.
Your frequency's
off. You're not jumping to the right conclusions.
So, I don't know, but for somebody goes, yes, they are real, that's that person's belief. Again, if they were real, I would certainly think that they would just be operating, it wouldn't be contingent on the individual. They would just be operating in the physical world, and it wouldn't matter if you believed or not. Why do they care? Wouldn't they want to convince non-believers?
Not at all.
Rather than haunt
extra work.
Wouldn't they want to haunt to the choir? Why would they want to do that? Why not present themselves to people who don't believe? Oh my God, we know this as performers. You already got the crowd that likes you. You're trying to go over here and get the people who don't like you.
Work smarter, not harder.
The lady who goes, I didn't like your set. You're trying to get her. You're not trying to get the Mary Santora fans. You already got them.
I don't care if she falls off
I'm trying
a
to
bridge.
get people who hate my guts to listen to this show. I already have the fans.
I'm just saying, as a demon, you probably want to just take the easy way,
I don't think there is an easy way as a demon. I think that's part of being a demon.
You go to the people who already believe.
Right,
Have you made your decision for Christ?
But if a demon were to come to me, then I'd believe it.
Yeah, but they don't have to do any convincing. There's going to be no follow-up questions.
But then
from
I'm
me.
also like, that's the best thing to be. Then is someone that doesn't believe in it, because then they can have no power over me.
No.
How if I don't believe in them, they don't want to mess with me.
That's not true.
That's what you just said.
I didn't say that.
So by not believing in them, I am invincible.
Maybe there are some
against them.
overachieving demons who want to convert. There's probably convertists.
Overachieving demons on that Breaking Benjamin show, too. So again, if you want to get yourself to Youngstown end of the month.
Demon conversion.
Alan, maybe the demon in the closet named Jonathan was just a gay neighbor who was hiding.
Maybe.
Why does he have to be gay?
Jonathan.
Just a neighbor.
Because he's in the closet, I think that's why.
Oh, in the closet.
Oh, I was thinking because he went by his full name.
Oh, I see. Not John. Not Johnny.
Jonathan.
That's a gay
And that's
thing?
THON,
Yeah.
not THAN, all right? It's J''ON. Alan, it's 100% true. Ouija boards are not to be messed with. All right?
Yeah.
But
See,
they
that guy.
are.
No, that guy said it.
There's another person.
I've had one we've had that thing for 5 or 6 years. And
It's not to be messed with.
And it has been messed with many times.
Alan, there's
breaking the law.
Nailed it. I'm
Why are you so goofy
going to
right
send that
now?
off to Rob Halford because she's full of non-applicable beer.
I'm still drunk from my
Not-applicable beer from yesterday.
Saturday.
I had a lot of beer on Saturday.
Alan, there's a video of a garbage man with a Ouija board that somebody threw away, and 2 weeks later, he put it back into their empty trash can. That's a great
bit.
Your boyfriend should do that if he finds a Ouija board.
That's
he
about
should
my
hide
boyfriend.
it somewhere in your house.
That's his claim to fame, actually.
He could gaslight his girlfriend.
No, not me. Don't do it to me.
Yes.
That's
No.
When
it's funniest.
When he gets to the point where it's like, I gotta end this,
Just start planting spiritual portals in my home.
just a Ouija board, and you throw it away, he finds it, hangs on to it,
brings it back.
Week later, ends up somewhere else.
No, thanks.
Under the bathroom sink, in a vent,
I don't like that at all.
right? Under
can't
the hot
open-
dog machine.
You can't open my vents. Bozo paints them all close to the wall. So
Oh God,
good
we
luck.
all saw the lady the
Yes.
landlord who painted over the roach.
So many people sent me that, and they're like,
Was
"Is this
that Bozo?"
And I was like, "Dude, you don't understand. Like, everything is painted over. You can't open
Yeah.
things. Like, you can't open the vents because they're painted to the wall.
Yeah.
Like,
But your windows aren't painted shut.
no, but the laundry chute is.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, he did literally just paints over everything.
Oh God. Okay, hey, Rat. What's going on, Rat?
Oh, hey, radio buddies.
How are you?
I got a quick one here.
Yep.
Hope everyone's doing good. About 5 years ago, my accountant died, and his wife was trying to find his mother's ashes, and they were somewhere in the house, somewhere in the garage. We looked. We couldn't find them, but what we did find was his my dead accountant's brother's ashes, who had committed suicide. And Martin's wife really wanted him out of the house, didn't know what to do, and tasked me with the project of getting him out of there. And I said, well, why did he commit suicide? And she goes, well, Martin's mother's ashes are in here somewhere. She was pure evil. And this lady looked at me and just shook her head. She was evil. And I'm like, God. So I had a
Wait, you found wait. You were looking for the mother's ashes. You found the brother's ashes.
Yes.
But the mother was supposedly evil?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons the son killed himself. And so we couldn't find these ashes. Well, just so happens a week ago, the lady calls me. She's moving to Oregon. Come on, Rat, I've got all the scrap metal for
Oregon.
you. So I come
Our
over
listeners
there.
in Oregon will get very upset if you say Oregon. Oregon.
Oh, Oregon.
I'm looking out for them and you, Rat.
The origin of Oregon.
Yeah.
Yes. So we found the mom's ashes, and once again, she's given me the task to take these ashes, and she said, I don't care what you do with them. She was an evil shrimp. And I said, well, I don't care how evil she was. Even an evil person smiles once in a while. So now I've got ashes, and I've got to go get rid of them. And, I don't know if that's legal or illegal to put them somewhere out in public,
I mean, I don't think it's illegal. I mean, if you were tasked, if you're in possession, that's 9/10 of the law, baby.
So your ashes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we spread our dogs' ashes and stuff around, and cats, and, I got 8 cats buried in the backyard.
Yeah, and more to come.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
just real quick, and I'll hang up because I know I drive you nuts. I did go to my 25th anniversary high school reunion. It was a blast. St. Peter Chanel High School is way out in Broadview Heights, and boy, did I screw myself the night before. I ate 3 grapefruits at 2:30 in the morning. I woke up at 90 degrees on Saturday,
Yeah.
1 p.m. on my floor, and around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, it was just acid coming out of my face.
Yeah,
It
he
was
got
the worst
grapefruit
thing I've ever
drunk.
done.
Yeah.
Dude, I had the munchies. I did a grapefruit with brown sugar and the broiler, one with honey. I won in slices.
Yeah.
So I called the lady at the high school reunion. I said, Kim, I might come and just drop off the money because I don't think I'll make it.
Rat, do you use that serrated grapefruit spoon or no? You just stuff it in your face.
No, that night I was so hungry, I was just tearing them up.
What?
Tearing them up.
All right, thank you, Rat. I always like talking to Rat, right? He'll check
I
in
like
every
Rat,
so
yeah.
often, and he's always got something good.
Rat!
I think rat is an appropriate name for someone that you would task with removing ashes. Dude, come get this stuff out of my house.
Hey, rat.
Hey, what do you?
I got a guy.
Yeah, whatever happened to those ashes? Rat took care of it.
Don't worry about it.
Sounds
That's
good.
right. Alan, you are 100% correct. Those hot dogs, they're cooked first and then put in a steamer and then put on the rollers. Yeah, I just assumed that they weren't cooking in...
Okay.
Because then the person behind the counter, they don't know how long it's been there. They're like, oh, when did I put those in there? You know, I assume there was
a shift change.
Yeah, a timer on them or something.
I just know the one that I've used was like, I just put them right on the roller.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have hot dogs cooking in perpetuity on my
Just always.
In perpetuity.
It never ends.
Anybody comes over, want a hot dog?
Hey, you got a hot dog? I don't know how
You got
long
one
they've
on the
been
roller.
there, actually.
As long as they're spinning, I think it's fine.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Centrifugal force or something.
Well, the heat, keeps them cooking.
Yeah.
Alan, Disney calls a code grandma when they catch someone spreading ashes there. Apparently, the Haunted Mansion is a very popular place to spread
Interesting.
ashes. Imagine that.
I want my ashes at Disney.
Okay, cool, Grandma.
You would do that.
So it'll cost me $1,000 to spread your ashes in there? Thanks. No inheritance? Got it. Cool. Guess what? You're going in the pond behind my house.
You got to do it Shawshank Redemption style, though, because they're looking for you. So you have to have little holes in your pockets and just kind of dump it out as you're walking through your pants.
Yeah.
You're just sprinkling it as you walk.
Yeah. That's the way he got rid of the rocks when
But
he
it's
was
in your hands. Then your grandma's all over your hands.
In your pockets, and then you just have holes in your pockets, and it's just dropping down as you're walking.
Or you could use gloves. Now's not a weird time for people to wear gloves in public.
There you go.
Hey, Poco.
Alan.
What's up?
One time I have to agree with you, this superstitious BS about ghosts and all that stuff.
This is the one time you've agreed with me? Is on science?
Well, no, as far as religion.
Oh. Wait, you believe in religion, but you don't believe in demons?
Oh, absolutely, I do. But,
you do.
Do they like take over people's bodies now and possess them? No, that's hogwash.
Now, tell me, explain to me, why is that hogwash?
Well, there was a time, you know the whole story. Jesus performed so many miracles. They said the Bible couldn't even contain them all, and there were absolute. People
lazy.
that were
Poco, why would there be so many that they couldn't record them in a book? Just make the book longer.
Couldn't write fast enough.
when's the last time you read the Bible? That'd be a big book if they recorded all of them. You only have to record a few to make a.
You only have to record a few, but you got to let everybody know that there were a lot more. Boy, there were a lot more. I don't have room. There wasn't. Okay, so go ahead.
All right. Listen, before we get into the Christian dancing, the whole thing. No, I feel bad for Mary. She grew up in the Pentecostal church. I mean, those people still handle snakes.
Not mine didn't, but yeah, I didn't touch snakes.
You can still feel bad for you.
I mean, that's crazy. So, you know where that goes.
Right. Okay. Hey, thanks, Poco.
All right. Well, just for your consideration, it ain't the devil. It's you.
Right. It's the devil, you know, right?
There it is.
Okay.
All right, Alan,
okay. Thank you, pal. There you go. Hello.
What's up, guys?
What up?
I don't know what the hell that was.
I thought you were trying
Super
to.
excited,
Oh,
huh?
I thought you were trying to send a demon into my body to prove everybody right.
We don't do that.
Oh, you don't?
No, that's all made up. It's all nonsense.
So what do you do?
I mostly stuff the ballot box on those employee raffles.
It's your fault. Or wait a minute, should I be thanking you for the hot dog machine?
Thanks, Satan.
Why do you
Can't.
think you won
You
the
can't
hot
say
dog
thank you,
roller?
Satan.
I can't say it.
Say thank you for the hot dog machine, Satan. I love you very much.
I can't say that.
Why not?
Because I'll go to hell.
You won't go to hell.
You're a known liar.
Everything down here is pre-cooked.
I can't say it.
You won't say that.
I can't say it.
That's so ungrateful.
What an ungrateful woman she is.
I will thank you. Thank you for the TV, Satan. I love you.
You're welcome, Bill. I love you too. You know what happens to ungrateful people?
What?
They end up in hell.
Yeah. And also,
it's a real paradox.
Jesus says to love the sinners. Satan's the biggest sinner. You should love him.
I'm a victim of bad public relations. Say it, Mary.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
I can't.
One time.
I can't.
Send me a picture of your feet.
Okay, $1,000.
Done.
Oh my God! I just got a Venmo from Satan. $1,000.
What's his Venmo? Satan 666.
Fallen Angel 1.
Joke's on you because it's fake.
Venmo?
It's in demon dollars. It ain't no United
coin.
States currency. That's right. You can only use it once you get down here. But it is more real than Bitcoin, so at least that helps. All right, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
Double. 1007.
Tribe game at 6:10 tonight, so we will be out of here shortly before that. 2nd to 4 against the Twins here at home. Early games tomorrow and Thursday, too. Comedian Annie Letterman's going to be in here on Thursday. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. Legendary Bill Curtis will join us on Friday to talk about whatever he's got going on. New season of Cold Case Files. These are shows that have been on a long time. Before the rash of true crime podcasts, you had Bill Curtis, you had American Justice, you had Cold Case Files. He didn't do Forensic Files, but, did a lot of those. True crime podcasts are getting to the point of parody, by the way. There's a show on Hulu called Only Murders in the Building, which is very entertaining. It's Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez. And they play two guys who begin a true crime podcast after someone in their building is murdered. And so it has come full circle.
That's funny. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah. Tribe game tonight, 6:10. Browns got themselves a name. That makes me very, very happy. I'm only in it for the names. Hopefully these people are good. This guy, granted, going to the practice squad. But what does that mean? If he does well, he goes on to the his fourth string or whatever?
If someone gets hurt or something, he might get called up to be on the team.
Ifeadi Odenigbo, am I slaughtering the name? Do you know it?
I don't know it. I don't know
it.
I sent it to
Odenigbo.
You, but I didn't know it. So I've never heard it.
Coming from the Vikings. He's a defensive end. Ifeadi Odenigbo to the practice squad. They have now filled all 16 of their practice squad openings. All of their openings have been filled, Poundcake.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. He was a draft from my alma mater, Northwestern University, a school not known for its athletes, but he got...
brainiacs.
Yeah. He was a 7th round pick in 2017. He went to the Minnesota Vikings. He went 220th overall in the... And now we've got him! With the Cleveland Browns. He is a native of Centerville, Ohio. Where is Centerville?
In the middle.
All right.
What if it's like off to the side?
He was with the Browns before, by the way. I don't think he played a game. I don't think he got any touches, as they say. But he was with the Browns before he went to the Vikings. He did a whole bunch of stuff. But he's with...
Touches as if you like carry the ball. Or,
yeah. He didn't get any?
Not usually on the defensive end.
All right. But anything can happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance.
But couldn't he touch the ball?
Yes, he could eventually touch the ball.
That goes into your stats.
He didn't get any playing time. He wasn't on the team. He wasn't on the roster.
Well, how can you when you're not getting any touches on the defensive side?
How are you going to show what you can do?
Work smarter, not harder, like Mary said.
Like the demons.
Like the demons, right.
My mom texted me when Satan called in, when you were like telling me you love him, Bill, when you were saying that, and she just texted me and said, "Don't you dare."
Your mother's adorable.
It made me laugh.
You almost have a smoker's laugh.
I have
just in the first couple seconds.
It's a raspier laugh. It's very obnoxious.
Be careful with your April Fools.
Sometimes I do laugh so hard that I cough, and then I feel like an old smoker woman.
By the way, speaking of football, I have confirmed that for the third season, we will be getting our NFL picks during the regular season from Terry the Goat.
Yes!
Terry the Goat is, when we were talking about last week, a woman had rescued a couple of adorable dogs and named them Alan and Bill. And Al, who is our bureau chief out in Pennsylvania, he runs Marcinek Farms out there. He said, don't forget about Mare the Goat. Mm-hmm. Remember, Mare does have a kid.
She's my kid.
It's Mare the Goat. But Terry the Goat, for the past 2 seasons, has provided week-to-week picks for the NFL games. And so Al said, would you like Terry for season 3? And I said, if she's ready to go, if she feels up to it, I'd love to have her back on the team. So once a week in the regular season and postseason, if it comes to that, we get picks from Terry the Goat out in Pennsylvania.
It's very fun.
And for those of you who, sports betting, it's huge.
It's not legal in Ohio.
We've got a whole... What?
What?
Isn't it?
Not yet.
Why do we have a radio station
called The Gambler?
committed to it? Yeah.
At least the last
Trying to
I
get
knew,
ahead of
it
it.
station called
Yeah.
The Gambler.
It wasn't legal
Really?
yet.
Not
I
yet.
don't think so.
They flipped the whole radio station as something you can't legally do in Ohio?
You can do it in other ways.
Yeah, it's not legalization possible later in 2021 as of August 27th. So unless
So
they
what do
did
people
it in the last
bet?
couple
So what do
weeks.
people listen to sports gambling stations for?
All I said was it wasn't legal.
No, but
does anybody listen to
my understanding was that usually, when a radio station signs on a format, that's either, I guess, in anticipation of being pretty sure it's going to become legal.
Yeah.
It's got to be legal.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's going to be legal.
Well, what's the holdup, Chuck?
It's a lot of red tape.
All right. Well, you're in good hands because they've also determined that the Cleveland Browns, one of the NFL's least valuable franchises. So, congratulations, Jimmy Haslam.
Woohoo.
Only the Detroit Lions, Buffalo Bills, and Cincinnati Bengals are valued lower. The Cleveland Browns are valued at $2.6 billion, which is a lot of money.
Why even own a team if it's not worth
Right.
anything like that? I mean, $2.6 billion.
How do you even
what are
live
gonna do
on
with
that?
Ugh.
But it places us 29th in the NFL. The top value teams, of course, the Dallas Cowboys. They are worth almost $7 billion.
What?
It's insane. Do you guys probably don't watch Hard Knocks? Of course you don't.
On and off.
Don't just assume.
They don't. You don't. But they do this drone shot through the facility they have. It is insane. Like, they built a city just for the team to practice at. It's incredible. So, yeah, I can see, like,
Build a city.
Dude, it's a city.
They built the city.
I believe you. I'm just saying that.
On Cowboys cash.
It just
Cowboy
annoys me
coin.
that one activity has that much pull on a community. Like, and so that just gives, like, these owners or whatever, like, infinite power. That's all.
Well, it doesn't give them the power to win a Super Bowl.
No, but they'll be
Like
like,
that
you know
Cowboys.
what? If you don't give me the tax breaks I want, I'm leaving. And then we're taking
He
our
would never.
economy
But his team being in Dallas is the brand. So
I understand.
Yeah, I'm sure he gets some tax breaks, but he's also a guy that I think he's one of the only NFL owners that just does this.
Is this the guy with the stupid haircut?
No, that's Mark Davis.
What? I thought he owned
He's
the
the
Dallas Raiders. Never mind.
No, Jerry Jones.
And he does that just to troll people.
Yes.
Which I admire even more now. I mean, I was like but the fact that he's doing it out of spite, that's something I would do if I was $1 billion. Like, I'm going to make you not only sleep with me because I'm hideous, but now you have to deal with this.
I'm going to make you sleep with me.
Well, you're a groupie, so that's what you do. So you're going to sleep with me. I'm ugly and I have the stupid haircut just to troll you and make your life awful.
Stop taking your hair pills. You can do it too.
But I'm not a billionaire.
Close.
I probably would. I probably wouldn't care. I'd be like, let it recede. I'd be like that guy off of Impractical Jokers where he just has like a little tuft of hair on the top. And I'm sure everyone has questioned why he has not shaved it yet. But
And yeah, okay.
Sorry.
All right. So anyway, congratulations, Browns. People asking me if Poundcake, we're done, I guess, giving away trips for the iHeartRadio Music Festival, but a lot of people asking me if Poundcake has paid attention to Wendy Williams talking about Dua Lipa. You know, Dua Lipa around these parts, the only person we really cared about, but because we would make jokes about her name. She's lovely, and she's talented.
Dua Lipa.
Dua Lipa is the only one that we care about. But apparently Wendy Williams was talking about her, too. Hey, Alan, has Poundcake seen Wendy Williams talking about Dua Lipa? This is Norm in Detroit who sent me this.
I have seen her talk about her before, not recently. I haven't watched her show recently.
Well, here's what she calls her.
So Dula Peep went to Lizzo's after Grammy party at this place called Crazy Girls. It's a strip club in Hollywood. All right?
I might like Dula Peep better than her actual name.
Dula Peep.
Dua Lipa.
Hey, Dua Lipa. You can't do Dula Peep with hey, Dula Peep.
Lipa.
Dula Peep.
And then a video surfaced. Dula Peep, by the way, was there with her man. And she was throwing dollar bills at the stripper.
Now, she probably knows her name.
This is something she does.
What I don't understand is if your entire show is about pop culture, why would you make it a point to mispronounce someone's name?
Because it shows that she's like not concerned with them.
No, but you would want to. But if that's your whole
radar.
show, I don't understand pretending that you don't know who people are.
She's better.
It'd be like if I were doing a sports show and mispronouncing everyone's name.
Yeah.
Barker Mayfield really had a great game, and it's like, everybody be blowing you up, telling you,
Maybe that's what she wants to do, to get more press.
Wait.
Press.
There's a woman that you know as
Her name's Dua Lipa.
Yeah.
But you call her Dula Peep.
Dula Peepa.
Like he's telling her, and she's pretending she doesn't know or she's confused. I don't understand that. If your whole show is like spilling the tea on celebrities, like why go that route?
It's apparently entertaining.
Is it?
To some
And mind
people.
you, this is years ago. Like this was like when Dua Lipa, I almost said it. Dua Lipa came out with that new Rules song. Like this was like back in 2018.
That's a great song. All the way back in 2018.
Hey,
right.
man, that's years
but
now.
But when the producer goes, her name is Dua Lipa. And she goes, what? Peepa Duba? Who?
Dua Lipa.
Huh? I'm going to send this to Wendy Williams, producer.
Dua Lipa.
Hey, just play our guy talking about. All right, we got to go. Tribe game is next. 6:10 is the start. Downtown against the Rangers. What do you got coming up, William?
This weekend, Saturday, I'm going to be at the Morgantown Brewing Company in Morgantown, West Virginia.
Ooh!
If you're down
Mountaineers.
that way, you can get tickets. Go to BillSquire.com and check out the Bill Squire podcast. Vote for it, Cleveland Scene's Best Podcast, and follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Mary Santora.
I am headlining the Funny Stop Comedy Club in Cuyahoga Falls this weekend. I'll be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so go ahead and get tickets at funnystop.com. Or you can, it's the link on my bios on Instagram at Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram and Mary_Santora on Twitter.
RU45.com? Is that the new website?
Yes, I am 45.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and new Poundcake Sports Break tomorrow.
Right, and Poundcake's birthday tomorrow. Happy. Okay, thanks, guys. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. Today's program is available for you in its entirety on the iHeartRadio app. Week in Cox has its own podcast as well. So if you don't happen to be up at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning to get 2 hours of the best stuff from the week, you can always listen to it condensed in podcast form. And that's it. Tribe Game is next. If you want to leave us a message, you can do that anytime, too, on the After Hours line. 216-986-8903. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out.
And now I must leave you.